and just pick what I feel. Yeah.
All right. Will you come every day? Because, you know, the verdict may not be today. It could be in any minute, any moment, but it may not be today. Will you be here tomorrow?
I'll be here as long as it takes.
As long as it takes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm so jealous, Ted. I'm so jealous that he's got that outfit and I don't have that outfit. Are you guys going to come every day?
Yeah, I would like to. As long as it takes.
As long as it takes?
Yeah, as long as it takes.
Are you using vacation days today, or?
I don't think
I'm
it's
off today.
business, but
Okay. No, I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
No, I'm just wondering because it takes time to be here. Right.
Session days.
Right.
Any
Like,
kind of day.
to me, that
Jobs. Just quit your jobs.
Well, to me, it demonstrates the level of belief, right, and concern that you have that you would take your own personal time to come here. I mean, that's making a statement.
Yeah.
I believe. Okay. But you'll be here every day.
Be here every day.
We'll take attendance. Make sure you're here. All right. So, Ted, the other thing that is really interesting, everyone's got a camera, right? Which is awesome. Can I speak with you?
Sure.
Let me ask you, why do you think so many show up? Like so many. I've never seen this. The closest we would get to this, Ted, is this probably close to Michael Jackson, maybe?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that was the world's most famous celebrity. This is Karen Reed. Nobody knew her before this. Why so many people?
I think people are just convicted in what they believe. Whether you feel for the family, which I do, but I don't believe she did it. And people are strong about that. They don't want it to happen to me or you or anybody just because someone's covering up for something, which could be or may not be, I don't know. But
The jury will tell us, right?
I guess so.
Well, hopefully the jury will tell us. Ted, the other thing, I've spoken to folks earlier today, and there are people coming in from different states. There was a family on vacation from Nebraska, made sure to make this one of their stops coming through. So the interest, yes, is extremely high locally, but I think second time around what is different is how it has spread nationally. And that interest now has brought some folks to Dedham, which is it's a nice town, it's historic and everything, but it's not necessarily a vacation destination town.
It's not on your tourist list of things to do.
No, you
now.
might go to Cape Cod, you might go to the city, but like to Dedham. But this is where the story is. This is where the action is, and this is where again, it's everyone's wearing pink, just about. Should I find some? Yeah. Now is that actually pink or is that?
This is hot pink.
That's salmon.
No, this is fuchsia.
That is salmon.
This is fuchsia.
Okay. Fuchsia.
You're awesome. You're doing great.
Thank you. What are your expectations about when you believe this moment will happen?
I believe by the end of the day they'll have a verdict and then they'll come back in the morning with it.
They're going to sleep on it.
I believe so. I'm praying it's today, but who knows?
Okay.
We're just hopeful for a not guilty, not guilty, not guilty for Karen.
Not guilty.
All right, you just got a fourth not guilty over there. Ted, and like I said, Ted, most of the people I've spoken to expect it to happen today. They really feel that strongly about the case, and I think
a lot of them were very impressed with Alan Jackson's closing argument. Obviously, we've been watching him for years, Ted, and you watched him out in L.A. Many years before this, so I think that had a lot of impact on the opinions of people here because of the strength of Alan Jackson's closing argument. But I'm trying to remind
he delivered a
that,
doozy. I mean, that close was as tight as you could get with the emotion in the right spots, the length. But Hank Brennan came back too. There doesn't seem to be, Vinny, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody thinking that this is going to be a hung jury, which to me, if I'm going to lay down some money, that's where I'm going.
Right, and what I try to remind people is that as much as they see the evidence as being so clean cut, well, let's turn around. You see what's happening here. Someone came down the street honking their horn, and now they get approached by police because this is you notice how quiet everyone is, Ted? Like you've got hundreds and hundreds of people here that are remaining quiet. A car comes through honking the horn. police immediately emerge on them because not everyone understands what the buffer zone is and what it isn't. Usually you see a demonstration, you show your support, you honk the horn. Not here in Dedham. You can't do that. They don't want anything to influence the jury, which is in this old historic courthouse with very thin walls.
Is there any way, Vinny, that this jury doesn't know what's happening outside the courthouse?
I would say no. I would say no. I would say if you live in the area, how could you not know about the story, about the case? I think the jurors they got, may not have been in as deep as the folks here and many of the folks online, but you may have heard of it. But the thing that's interesting, Ted, is that we're looking at it now at the end of trial 2, which to me was so much bigger than trial number 1, that there may be many more people that before this trial began, may have been in a place where they weren't as familiar. So I think that plays into it because you pick the jury before the trial starts. And now that we've gone through number 2, with it being so much bigger than number 1, I would say if you had to do number 3, it's going to be very difficult to find those 12 at that point because of the way this has spread. But if you look around, take a look down the street. It goes even further down. I was up here in the beginning of the trial, and none of these people were here, Ted. These are all Johnny-come-latelys. I was here when this trial started not when it started, like 2 weeks in May. I came out, there were a dozen people over here. There were 6 people over here. But once it's time for the verdict and deliberations, it's obvious that everyone's going to use their time to show their support. I think the support early on was hampered by the weather, was hampered by the rulings in the buffer zone, completely changed the dynamic. But since it's been relaxed a little bit, the dynamic has come back. And the best part is, like I was saying, Ted, you have hundreds and hundreds of people here who are abiding by the rules, which is you're not chanting, you're not screaming, you're not yelling. And it's not easy to do. You get in a crowd, you get excited, you want to, make your point, but everyone understands the gravity of it. And I think that's where we are.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vin, you just be careful. You stay there and get to know some more people and hang out. And we are going to come back to you many times throughout the day. And of course, as soon as we hear that there's a verdict or a question, we'll rely on you as well.
Ted, can I show you something, Ted?
Yeah.
Ted, can I show you something?
Sure, of course.
We're in a verdict watch. We're in lockdown. Well, you know why I wear the purple tie, because I can't wear pink, I can't wear blue, I got to split the baby. But when it happens, Ted, here it is. The verdict tie is ready. The verdict tie is ready. So any moment, I'll be changing ties. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
Back to you, Ted, in the studio.
That's Vinny Politan, our roving reporter in Dedham, Massachusetts. Thank you, Vin. We'll be checking in with Vinny all day. And, of course, he'll be hosting a show of closing arguments tonight right here on Court TV, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Let's get a break. We'll be going back and forth to that courthouse. And, of course, as soon as the camera moves from the fan to the bench, you'll be there with us. We got you covered. We're going to take a look at some of the key testimony in the case, go back, look at some of the defense accident reconstruction experts. You heard the one person said this all comes down to that. That is next. Stay with us.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning. A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Just look at that touch from Trinity Rodman.
Saturday night.
When she is on the field, she changes the game. Saturday night. Saturday night is our night.
The new Saturday Night Out is on ION all season long.
So we're in the middle of day 2 of verdict watch. I also think they will be back today. Hopefully, I think they're guilty. However, everybody has an opinion. Happy Monday. I hope it comes back. Post in the comments, do you think the jury's going to come back guilty, hung, or innocent? I'll post.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Of course, most of our attention is on Karen Reed and that jury still at it, 4 hours, 10 minutes and counting. We are interested in some other cases around the country, as we always track cases around different courthouses. And in New York, testimony continues in the case against Sean Diddy Combs. A juror was dismissed today over inconsistent statements about where he apparently lives and who he lives with. So the judge said, I'm sorry, there's nothing here we got to get rid of you. So he's gone. A different juror will, of course, take his place, an alternate. That's why you have alternates. Also, in South Carolina, the defense case gets underway tomorrow in the coroner affair murder trial. This is a case, Megan Jackson is the defendant. She's accused of conspiring to kill her lover, her ex-boyfriend, actually, and her lover was involved in the whole thing. He testified against her. We'll watch details on both of these cases, and we'll update you on the Combs case throughout the day as well, including that the drama with the new juror in Manhattan. But let's concentrate on Karen Reed and the murder retrial. We're waiting for the jury, a question or a verdict, and we will be there for all of it. While we wait, let's go back and look at some of the key testimony that the jury might be right now in the deliberation room be thinking about and talking about. And that's the battle of the experts. They really took over this case, more so than in the first case. Yeah, the ARCA boys were the first case, but the Commonwealth relied on the state troopers to really, like Trooper Paul, to do their expert analysis. Well, this time around, they spent the money, $400 grand, and brought in their own expert to try to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed and her vehicle. The defense, of course, disagrees with that assertion, and they brought in their ARCA guys and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Here's a bit of him on the stand talking about his thoughts concerning John O'Keefe's injuries.
What were you initially asked to do by the separate entity?
Initially, we're kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that it would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, a head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have the impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with that taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the taillight, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
All right, we're going to, you wonder, is the jury hung up on the battle of the experts, or are they talking about Karen Reed's own words? Hank Brennan did a great job of surmising a timeline using her words and showing clips of her in those interviews. Boy, we've got a lot to think about. They do too. Wish we knew what they were going through. But hey, we just gotta wait. Andrew Rensler claimed the paint done by the Commonwealth expert, he called it a ridiculous experiment. He said it left out a huge factor. We'll show his reaction to this test when we return. to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. The jury in the Karen Reed case, 4 hours, 20 minutes and counting. They did a little bit of work on Friday, a couple hours, and then they've been at it for a couple hours today after the weekend. Who knows how long this will take? We are there, though. Our cameras are inside the courtroom waiting for word of a question or a verdict. Already this morning, we've had updates. Karen Reed showed up at the courthouse with her team, and they filed a motion with the court asking that the jury verdict form be altered so that there would be some extra boxes of not guilty for those lesser included. Judge Cannoni denied that request, but safe to say that is a concern considering what happened last time around, where jurors came forward after the fact and said, oh, by the way, we actually did come to a unanimous agreement on the two top charges. We thought she was not guilty of that, but they misunderstood the process. That won't happen again, guaranteed, because the defense will, and I'm sure the Commonwealth, inquire with this jury if they claim they are hung. So right now we're waiting. People like Colleen O'Donnell are muttering around their house, waiting. Karen Reed, this and that. People are at work, glued to this, though, and watching us here at Court TV. And don't go anywhere. We have you covered. While we wait, we're looking back at some of the key testimony in the case. Testimony centered, a lot of expert testimony in this case did take center stage. And you had the ARC experts take the stand, of course, but then the Commonwealth came up with Dr. Judson Welcher. Let's take a look at what Andrew Rentschler thought about Welcher and his paint test.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes. With this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
Yeah.
So I striped the end of that.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
You reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact with the to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it, a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you
How did you interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the taillight, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of and all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Did you determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts paint on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
The battle of the experts, which side won? We don't know, because the jury's still working 4 hours, 30 minutes and counting. We'll get a commercial break here. When we come back, we're going to look at more of the best moments of the trial as we also monitor what's going on inside the courthouse with the fans circling and outside the courthouse where, as we just heard from Vinny, look, there's Vinny getting his picture made with somebody. The people outside have shown up in droves waiting for anything out of this courtroom. We'll get a break and get you back after this.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was something off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
So you guys know that I usually don't just let court TV play. However, with the verdict watch and another trial not going that we're really into, I think it's the best way to go. If you want me to change it, let me know, and we can hit a different court camera.
Back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowland's going to be with you on this Monday as we all wait for the jury and Karen Reed to come to a decision. Will they come to a decision? Will it be another hung jury? We don't know. They've been at it for 4 hours, 34 minutes and counting. You see the clock ticking away. As soon as that clock stops, that means we've either got a question, they went to lunch, or there's a verdict. What about those closing arguments? A lot of times people say, well, by the time the closing arguments come, jurors have already made up their minds. I would argue this time around that might not have been the case. Let's go back and look at a bit of the closings from both sides. Just a little sample. Alan Jackson talking about dog bites, and then Hank Brennan recounting what he says was a drunk Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe.
The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses, and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case.
And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die.
Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson as well. Let's bring back Joseph Tully. Joseph, the Michael Proctor scenario, how did that play out for the defense? Should they have called him? Are you in agreement the way they handled it, able to use him as a boogeyman without bringing him into the courtroom?
Correct, yes. I think a great rule to go by is you never bring someone into court just to prove that they're a liar, because you'd simply have them restate their narrative to the jury, whether it's accurate or not, and the jury hears that narrative. By not calling him, they've kept him out of court, and as you said, they could point to the boogeyman who's absent. They had all the bad facts that they needed about him. They were able to get that into court without him being there. So not having him in court was to the benefit of the defense. That is exactly how you should handle this situation.
How's this going to end, in your opinion?
So I think the case boils down to Rentschler v. Welcher and battle of the experts. I think the defense has it here. Remember, it's not who's right and who's wrong, who proved the truth, who didn't. It's who established, or can the defense establish reasonable doubt? And is their theory plausible? Is it reasonable? The answer is yes, they've proven that. It's really up for the jury to deliver that.
Joseph Tully, as always, thank you for your valuable time. We're going to get a commercial break in. You see the live picture there on your screen. People have flocked to Dedham, and one of those is Vinny Politan. We're going to check in with Vinny right after this.
whatever you're working on. Upgrade your office at branchfurniture.com.
Welcome back to Court TV Live along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rowlands. It is Monday, and the jury in Dedham has been deliberating now for 4 hours and 45-ish minutes, and we are on pins and needles watching our friend, the fan, in the courtroom.
Yeah, well, something different happened this year. We've never had a verdict in this case. So if we hear those magic words that the jury has a verdict, regardless, this is monumental in a case like this.
Yeah, what was different? Well, there was a lot different in this case. You had Hank Brennan. You had a different defense mounted. You had battle of the experts, and you did not have the Brian Higgins, the Alberts, and the Proctors coming into the courtroom. So it is a vastly different case that was put on, and so many people are waiting right now. Any word, and we have you covered. That's our camera shooting the fan. That's inside the courtroom, but outside the courthouse, there's a lot going on there too as well.
Well, that's something that's the same as it was last year, but maybe more. We're learning that. Let's go live outside right now. That's where we find Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan. Vinny, I was watching you earlier. I couldn't get over the glasses and the people that you're talking to, but what have you heard since we talked to you last?
Julia Janae, I'll be honest, I could not hear you. The crowd is not making noise, but there's just this palpable anticipation and excitement that is drowning your voice out of my ear. But I'll tell you this, we know what public sentiment is. Every poll that has been done, whether it's by Court TV or others, is between 80 and 90% of the public believes she's not guilty. The question that we have is, all the people here obviously believe she's not guilty, but what about the 12 who are deliberating across the street inside the courthouse? Those are the 12 that matter. And in recent times here at Court TV, everything's kind of been in sync, right? Johnny Depp case, we didn't know the way the public was necessarily going to react to that one, but it was overwhelmingly Johnny Depp. The jury saw the same trial. Alec Murdaugh, same thing. The jury saw the same trial that the public did. But I have a memory. I was down in Central Florida. Ted, I know I hate bringing this up. You know I hate bringing it up, Julia, as well. But I was there for Casey Anthony.
Do we have to say the name? We have to say it for him?
I said the name. I said it. I said it just because I have to make the point. I mean, I was there at the courthouse, and the crowd wasn't as large as it was here, but everyone there believed that she was guilty. And we know what that jury said. So that's why you never know what's going to happen. And despite what the public sees, you don't know what the 12 in the box are necessarily seeing, especially in this case, because it was held in such a small courtroom, the public didn't even get inside the courtroom. So we literally didn't see the same trial that they saw, because they are there inside the courtroom. 10 seats for the media, and that was it. Family and friends. It was very limited this time around. But I will say this, as we usually the stories on the courthouse steps, but these are the steps across the street from the courthouse. Obviously, this is where Matt's been doing all his stuff, but people are getting as close as they can to the courthouse. And again, it's all about that anticipation. So I'm going to literally sit on the steps here and talk to some of my new friends. Although she clearly doesn't want to talk to me, I can tell. She does not want to talk. So I'll come over here. So the anticipation, how will you feel if there's no verdict today?
I'm going to be very upset because she's innocent, and she should be. This shouldn't even be going on like this. She should have. It's innocent. She's innocent.
Let me ask you this. The last time I was live, was I talking to you?
You was.
So I keep talking to the same people. I'm not talking to...
Don't talk to me. You wasn't talking to her.
She's always here. Oh, you're new. Okay. All right. Over here. Okay. Then this is interesting, Ted. I told you there were people traveling for this.
Yeah.
Where did you come from?
All the way from Scottsdale, Arizona.
That's a long trip. Now, just for this, are you going to the Cape or something? Or?
I did go to the Cape. I went to the Yankees-Red Sox game. Go Yankees. But I obviously had to stay for the verdict watch.
So you'll stay until it's over?
Well, I'm supposed to fly home tomorrow, but I can always change my flight.
Ted, should she change her flight now?
Yeah, go ahead and change it. I don't know. I think it's going to last till Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday. If it's not Tuesday, I think it's hung.
Ted is thinking Tuesday, Wednesday. Julia, what do you think?
I think if they don't come back with a verdict tomorrow, that is going to signal that they are hung.
Okay. So Julie Janae thinks maybe tomorrow.
Really?
But if it's after tomorrow, you could be here a long
Well,
time.
it's a good thing I'm on Southwest and I can change my flight at any time.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
So nice to meet you.
See, there we go. So the crowd is fully anticipating this whole thing to happen today. Now, obviously, it didn't happen this morning, but most of the big verdicts come in usually in the afternoon. So if it's going to happen today, obviously it'll be in the afternoon. Will there be much warning? What will the reaction be, I think, is the big question. Because I don't know, and I'd have to ask someone, are you prepared that there's a potential that a jury could come back and find Karen Reed guilty?
I am. I don't know how I'll handle it, but I'm prepared. But I mean, there's so much reasonable doubt. There's so much.
What drew you to this particular case?
Because I once was in her shoes.
Wait a minute. Give us the shorter version. But what happened?
I was framed as well in the state of Ohio. I spent 8 years in Montgomery County. Well, 5 years in Montgomery County Jail, waiting my trial.
And you got out and you were found not guilty?
Yes.
And you did 8 years for something you didn't do?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
how are you doing now?
I'm great. Okay. I'm pardoned. Everything's good. So thanks to God, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still trust our system?
I do. I do.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. I'm telling you, Ted, people are here. It's more than just like, oh, it's an interesting case. It's a salacious case. No, it's about a cause. People believe that there is injustice taking place here, and that's why they're here, overwhelmingly. They believe not just that there's reasonable doubt, they believe that she's factually innocent in this case, and that things were done by people in the government to make a citizen look guilty. And that's really what drives, I think, the passion of the people who are showing up here. But what's interesting, Ted, I'm going to turn the camera around, so we're going to go this way now, is when I first spoke to you, Ted, I feel like the anticipation is growing, like the conversations, no one is chanting, no one is protesting, but I think the conversations are getting a little bit stronger amongst each other, because I think it's all part of, we believe this thing can happen at any moment, like at a moment's notice. And I'm wondering how that reaction is going to go down, but obviously we'll be here for that reaction, Ted. Ted, what was it like? And I want from Julia also, I'm sorry to interview you on your own shows, but I think it'd be interesting to compare your experiences at those huge trials, whether it's Michael Jackson or Derek Chauvin, those moments just before the verdict comes down.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like it. There's, when you hear that there's an actual verdict, the adrenaline runs through your body. You get in there, and especially in a case that could go either way. Michael Jackson was found not guilty in the molestation case in Santa Maria. That's where the big crowds were. And like this, the crowds were waiting for the not guilty, and the reaction outside of the courthouse, you could feel and hear. Peterson went the other way, but again, the reaction, and that when you don't know, it's crazy. Robert Blake found not guilty. I thought he was going to be found guilty. To Vinny's point, you just never know.
It became a parade for the Derek Chauvin trial. Once he was found guilty, people were waiting, crowded around their phones, crowded around radios, listening. And once they heard guilty as charged, it erupted in Minneapolis. And it turned into really a block party, a parade that went on for hours because people were just so happy and so connected to a cause. And though it's unlikely to think about Karen Reed and the death of George Floyd in the same breath, but there's this conviction that people are there for something larger than the person, and that's what it sounds like you're hearing from people there, Vinny.
Yeah, Julia, I just bumped into Court TV alum Michael Bryant. Michael, great to see you.
Hey, nice to see you. Hey, could you give me your thoughts on this verdict slip? I'm asking folks what they're thinking of this second page of the verdict slip. Take all the time you need to figure that out.
It's a little confusing. What are your thoughts about the scene here? Because you've been in a lot of the big cases.
It's unbelievable, and having seen this grow over the last 2+ months, I never would have anticipated this. First of all, let's just say the lawsuits that were filed on behalf of what I'm calling the First Amendment zone led to this, because the cops here were brutal in keeping this whole area sanitized. Really, the buffer zone, they called it. It was just wrong. We filed the lawsuits. Mark Randazza did an amazing job. This is the result. And are people yelling, screaming, burning buildings? I mean, this is a pretty sedate but large crowd here.
It's extreme. I mean, it shocked me when I walked up, because I was here back in May, and a few people here and there came back with the relaxed rules and the anticipation of the verdict. How do you think it'll go here, though, if it comes back with a guilty, like we see in the overwhelming majority of verdicts on Court TV?
I'm going to call it loud disappointment. I mean, I don't think any of the state troopers' cars are going to be turned over. Things are set afire. Major disappointment, and hope that on appeal things will be changed.
How about, and the alternative? The not guilty comes down. What do you think happens in the streets here?
Just a loud uproar of vindication. Remember, this is, Vinny, this is as much about Karen Reed as it is all the folks who live here, who see issues with law enforcement here, who see issues with the DA here, who see issues with the court here. And this is a symptom for them. So if they see a victory here, I think they're going to read it as a victory on a much larger scale.
And folks are watching you streaming where? On Justice Serve?
Justice Serve TV, yep. Justice Serve TV, Linda Kenny Bodden and I having some fun there, yep.
All the Court TV alums. Great to see you, Michael.
Good to see you, buddy. Hang in there.
Michael Bryant. Ted, it's intense. It's more intense than it was this morning. That's all I can say. And it's not just, because we have a camera on. It's walking through the streets. I can't explain it. It's like a simmering that is now bubbling. And we'll see how this verdict ends. But I have the verdict form now. Michael gave it to me, apparently. This page is a little confusing.
There were some issues with that last year.
And this morning.
With the verdict form, where not looking the way that the defense wanted it to be. It was
which is
debated.
I think that it's safe to say this time around, both sides are going to look for clarification if indeed the jury comes back and claims they're hung.
A little thing called polling the jury.
Yeah.
Even if it's behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vin, what's your prediction? Do you predict? You got another person there.
Well, no. I really feel, because Thursday is a down day, right? So Wednesday, for me, has the Friday feel. If the jury is going to go through the evidence, and I've been at a trial in this courthouse, so it's the same jury pool. It was years ago. Julie Janae was in grammar school, but the jury, it was a very clear-cut case. There was DNA, there was a lot of evidence, but the jury went through the evidence, and they did that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They didn't even vote until Friday. So if you have a jury approach it that way, it could take some time because of the amount of evidence, the number of witnesses, exhibits. And then if you don't agree, that jury agreed in their first vote, but they didn't take a vote until Friday because they went through the evidence. So the question to me really is, how do they go about this? Do they go about this by taking a vote right out of the gate and figure out where they are and then work from there? Or do they say, well, let's go through the evidence and try to agree on what happened here? And if you talk about doing that, it's like you've got to figure out, was there or was there not a collision? That's the first fact that I think any jury has to determine. So if they try to figure out if there was a collision or not, what are they debating? They're debating expert testimony, which is thick. You're debating digital evidence. You're debating whether or not she confessed. You're debating whether or not the pieces of the tail light were broken at 5:07 in the morning. So there's a lot to go through. But if they take a vote and they're almost there, it could be quick. It could be this afternoon. But I'm thinking Wednesday, if we get past Wednesday and we come back here on Friday, then I'm on high alert on Friday, and then we're getting into a longer deliberation.
Yeah.
Was that vague enough for you, Ted?
Yeah, perfect.
And it even reminds us about the first jury. It seemed like they took a vote the first time out of the gate, came back allegedly with not guilty for 2 of the counts, and then spent time really just infighting. They didn't get a lot of evidence back to look over that we sometimes see with juries.
Yeah, and you just never know what's going on. Who, to Vinny's point, if the jury foreperson is a deliberate, let's talk about the evidence person, this could go on for a very long time. If, on the other hand, it's like, hey, let's poll, let's see where we're at, it's a numbers game, we're all in agreement, and you're not, then it changes the room. And usually people will cave for a not guilty earlier than they will cave for guilty, because jurors live with their decision for the rest of their lives as well, especially in a case like this. It could go either way.
Especially in a case like this, where especially with the allegation that this was a cover-up, that this was a frame-up job, you don't want to send an innocent person like the person that Vinny just talked to earlier.
Amazing, yeah.
People feel very strongly in that way about this case. You can't get any closer to what's happening out there in Dedham, Massachusetts than Vinny Politan on the ground among the sea of pink with Karen Reed. We have a lot more ahead for you as we're on this Verdict Watch.
Yes, stick around. We'll have more Karen Reed, plus a closer look at some of the evidence about the arm injuries. There we go. People outside and the fan inside. We've got you covered. Almost 5 hours now. The deliberation continues. Colucci on trial again for the murder of his wife.
This is just not an easy case.
Colucci's first trial ended with a deadlocked jury.
We may never know what happened that night.
The Garden Hose murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
The WNBA is on iron. Friday, the Wings battle the Sun. Then, the Aces host the Storm. Coverage starts Friday at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
So I ran a poll on X, and it seems everybody's split about whether they'll come back today. That's just as 50-50 as her innocence or guilt. So we will see, we will see. If anybody would like to give any ideas on the next trial that we want to watch, instead of me just picking it, let me know, that we can do 2 a day, because we can watch one during breaks, but send me a message or post it in the comments.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Let's go back to where we have been and where we will be until we hear that there is a verdict. It's the Karen Reed murder retrial. But first, here's a look at some of the other cases we are tracking here at Court TV.
In New York, testimony continues in the case against Sean Diddy Combs. On the stand now is a paralegal specialist with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
And in South Carolina, the defense's case gets underway tomorrow in the coroner affair murder trial for Megan Jackson. She's a mother accused of conspiring with her lover to kill her ex-boyfriend, who was also the father of her children.
Yeah, that's a case actually we would have been very interested in, and we are interested in it, but because of Karen Reed and to some extent Sean Combs haven't had as much attention on it, but we'll monitor it and let you know what that jury decides once they get the case. Right now, it's 5 hours. It's past that 5 hour mark. So if they did have a vote out of the gate,
it would have come by now.
If it was down, just if it was close.
Right.
People may be settling in to their camps.
Picking sides and sticking to their corners.
And I don't know why people would be shocked if the jury has the same reaction to the evidence as the general public. I mean, there are people watch this case, they know this case, and they are disgusted by the other side.
And they feel strongly about it. It's not I think it could be this or I think it could be that. Once people actually see the evidence and get invested in the case, they pick sides in a way that is just much stronger than what we see on an average trial.
I mean, you don't see people outside of a courthouse over a criminal case. We cover them all the time. And when you do, it's usually a celebrity.
Victim.
Yeah.
Right.
Or for the victim, or it's a celebrity case. This is a woman that nobody knew who she was. Karen Reed, until now. And now you say Karen Reed and people have an opinion. So let's do this. We're waiting, and we will continue to wait. While we wait, we've been going back and looking at some of what could be the subject matter of this deliberation, the key moments of the case, and whether you believe it or not, dog bite was a theme for the defense in this case and the other one.
And no doubt it is top of mind for these jurors because it was such a theme for the defense. And the woman who really brought that evidence to light was Dr. Mary Russell, the defense expert. Let's take a look back together as we watch both inside and outside of the courthouse live. We will take you there if there's a verdict, but let's look back at Dr. Russell's testimony.
Were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog. So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid-arm to the mid-forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface, or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition, did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Yes. Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes.
Sustained.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I would characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch, we can leave that up for just a moment, because we're going to come right back in. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
That's okay. Incomplete bite.
Okay. Do you see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
That was Dr. Russell, who testified in the first trial as well. And it was one of those things that got, the defense is hoping the jury is thinking about right now as they continue to deliberate over the 5-hour mark. David Gelman's watching along with us in New Jersey. David, good to see you. What's your take? 5 hours, 15 minutes, not that long in a case this extensive, but give us some insight. What do you think is happening in that room?
Well, Ted, first of all, I'm sorry I didn't get the memo about the orange today, or else I would have worn my orange tie as well. To match
We'll put you on the text thread if you want.
Yeah, next time, please do. Come on. So, it's really interesting. And I was listening to you and Julie's talking about what would be going on. And, you were exactly right. You both are exactly right. Would they start immediately by taking a vote? Or are they going to go just straight to the evidence? And, either way, I don't think it's wrong way to start personally. And I always find it interesting after a trial is done to speak with the jury and find out what happened in that back room. Because look, remember, attorneys, judges, nobody's allowed in that back room. That's a sacred room. Only the jury is allowed there. And who knows whatever they think. Just because we may be thinking something or just because the public is thinking something doesn't necessarily mean that the jury is thinking the same thing. So there could be a disconnect somewhere. I'm not surprised that we're at this 5-hour mark. I'd be surprised if we find out something today. Ted, I agree with you. I think we're more likely to find out about something Tuesday or Wednesday. Julie, I know what you're saying as well regarding, if it gets into Wednesday, we're talking about potentially a mistrial. I just can't see that happening on this time around. Mm-hmm. The jury knows that, look, this is the second time this case is being presented. I think they think to themselves, hey, we have a duty to come to some type of verdict. Guilty or not guilty, whatever it may be. I don't think there's going to be a mistrial this time, though. Mm-hmm. So I'm very interested to see what happens. And I'd love to see, any notes that come out to the judge. I would expect that we're probably going to get to that stage maybe later on today, if not early tomorrow. We haven't already. But, and that'll kind of give us some clues to where the jury is heading. If they want to look at another piece of evidence or if they want clarification. So I think we're kind of right in the thick of things here, and it's probably to be expected of everything right now where we're at.
I think that's an interesting prediction, David, that it's unlikely to be a mistrial because they understand, and they do know from just the testimony throughout this case that this is the second trial, that it's been a year, and maybe they will feel it.
That helps Karen Reed, because if you think about a juror who is on the fence, who is thinking, no, I think, or not on the fence, if someone who thinks that Karen Reed is guilty, that person is easier swung than the one that says, she's not guilty. I'm not going to just cave because we want a resolution. Right. Because I don't want to live with it. I don't want to live with that lady going to prison and me thinking about it.
I can see that, absolutely. Yeah. But I also think perhaps that if they know there's been a mistrial, they may say, look, we can't do it either. And it's happened before, the juries couldn't come to it. But I like your prediction, and I think a resolution either way, David, is really going to be better for all parties involved.
Couldn't agree more, Julie. Couldn't agree more.
Let's get to our break. When we come back, we're going to talk more about this defense case. We're going to check in on what's happening outside and inside of the courtroom and take a look at more of that testimony from Dr. Mary Russell.
Nobody seems to think they'll be coming back today, but I hold out hope. I really think they will be back, but we'll see. They should be going to lunch soon.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are in verdict watch in the retrial for Karen Reed. There's a live look outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts, where a large crowd has gathered in anticipation of a potential verdict in the case against Karen Reed. 5 hours, 22 minutes, and counting as the jury inside the courthouse continues to work through the evidence to try to come up with a resolution.
We haven't heard anything from them yet, but as soon as there is a verdict, as soon as there is a note, anything that we get from inside of that courtroom, that camera is going to leave the fan and it will go to Judge Cannoni, and we will bring all of that to you live. But while we are all waiting together for what is going to happen there in Dedham, Massachusetts, we are spending this time taking a look back at what the jury may be talking about inside of that deliberation room.
Including Dr. Russell, who was that defense dog bite expert that came into the case because she read an article in the Boston Globe out in Los Angeles and volunteered to help. The defense took her up on it, and she testified. But this time around, you had a guy named Hank Brennan who went after her on cross. Let's watch some of that.
When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number two, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny, pinpoint almost, lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, You said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound.
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with the methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number 2, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these, overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down?
Correct.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these not exact, these 2 linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear because of the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You've shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clear opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained, asking different.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
All right, Dr. Marie Russell on one side of the screen and some people watching in Dedham on the other. We'll get a break. When we come back, we'll have more Karen Reed, of course, plus a live update in New York. The Sean Diddy Combs trial continues to roll on. They lost a juror today. We'll get the details right after this.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was something off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial
will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Court TV Live, along with Julia Janae, I'm Ted Rollins. There's a live look inside of the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. The fan churning away as the jury continues to work, deliberating the fate of Karen Reed. And on the other side, it's the live look outside of the courthouse, where people have gathered in anticipation for this jury verdict, if indeed there will be, at the end of the day, a verdict in this case. A reminder, the first time around, they couldn't come to a verdict. So we'll have much more of the case against Karen Reed throughout this day. And if there is a question, and of course, if there's a verdict, we'll have it.
We are staying there in Massachusetts all day. This is where we will be until there is some finality. But we are going to check in on another big trial we have been following for weeks now. New York is where we are headed. The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial is happening. And we have joining us now from there, outside of that federal courthouse, Court TV senior producer Emanuela Grinberg is with us. And Emanuela, you've been inside of that courthouse all day, and we had some breaking news about a juror that's been lost.
Good morning. Good afternoon. That's right. Yes, we knew that we would get a ruling on this morning. On Friday, the judge announced that he was inclined to dismiss Juror 6, a black man in his 40s, basically for inconsistencies about his residency, where he lived and with whom he lives. And on Friday, the judge had basically indicated that comparing statements that he'd made both in jury selection and then just like an offhanded remark that he happened to make after the trial started, suggested a lack of candor about where he lived, whether it was in the Bronx, which is part of the district from where they pull jurors, or New Jersey, which is not part of the district where they pull jurors from in this federal court. So basically, he just made it official. This juror is off, and he has been replaced by an alternate. And so that was the start of the day. And then now we are on, as you know, this is week 6. This is day 24 of the government's case, and we're starting to really wind down. We are in what's called the summary witness portion of the case. And this is where basically, essentially, like extended members of the prosecution team come in and talk about exhibits that we've already seen. But it's like now we have a bit more context for text messages, audio files, audio messages that we've heard earlier in the case. These witnesses are basically stringing it all together. So this morning we heard about exhibits and texts and audio that were all gathered from the phone of Christina Coram. Now, this is someone who has been described as Sean Combs' chief of staff, right-hand woman. She's with him for a very long time, spanning alleged victims Jane and Cassie Ventura. So we've heard a lot about all the evidence and all the communications, and now we're just really getting a sense of all the people she was texting throughout these years, all the members of the alleged enterprise, the assistants, the staff, talking about setting up king nights, setting up hotel nights, restocking baby oil, all these things just to show how involved she was, but also the knowledge that she had of potentially knowledge she may have had about what was going on behind those closed doors. And so we're continuing with these summary witnesses, and we hope to hear from another assistant before the state wraps as early as Wednesday.
All right, Emanuela Grinberg, thank you. Emanuela, we'll be keeping our eye on the Diddy case, of course, while we concentrate on Karen Reed and that jury. As we wait for the jury there, we'll be in verdict watch eventually, and Diddy as well. Two big cases going on at the same time. David Gelman's still with us in New Jersey. David, back to Reed. We were talking about what could the jury be discussing, and if you look at this case compared to the first case, Michael Proctor came into the courtroom and read his deplorable text messages to this jury. He was easily, I think universally, evaluated as a disgusting member of law enforcement. He didn't come in this time. Did the defense get that across, do you think? I mean, Alan Jackson spent a lot of time about him in his clothes, and we heard his name throughout the trial. Did they accomplish that same sort of level of disdain, do you think?
Yeah, I think they did, Ted. Alan Jackson, I don't know how long he spent on him. I mean, it felt like an hour, but obviously it was a lot shorter than that, but it had to have been at least 5 or 7 minutes talking in his closing about why the prosecution didn't bring Proctor back in. And we all know why they didn't bring him in. You know, it just would have looked even worse the second time around compared to the first time, which is hard to do if you think about it. And the question was always whether the defense would even call Proctor. And I think we all, thought that it would probably be a very interesting witness as a defense to call him, because it would almost be like you're cross-examining your own witness. So I'm glad they probably didn't do that. I think the jury really, though, gets Proctor. He's been put through the mud in the past trial and in this trial a lot. So the jury has a really good understanding of where he came from, what he did or didn't do. And I think the damage has already been done. So I think they did a good job at bringing him out as best they possibly can.
Yeah, we heard him throughout. David Gelman, thank you so much for your analysis. We have to get to a break, but when we come back, we're going to go to Dedham, Massachusetts Live, get you a live update from our Matt Johnson. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV. to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae along with Ted Rollins. Thanks so much for following along with us in Dedham, Massachusetts. That's where we are this afternoon. We have been all day and we will be until there is a decision inside of that courtroom. It's, of course, the Karen Read murder retrial.
Yeah, there's a lot of inside the courtroom where this all took place in the courthouse. Outside of the courthouse, we're creeping up on 6 hours now of deliberation time. 2 hours on Friday. They had the weekend, did this jury, and then they've been back at it all morning long.
Joining us live now outside of the courthouse is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, someone who has watched every minute of this trial and the first trial. Matt, what are you seeing today outside of the courthouse?
Julia, Ted, nice to see you both. So yeah, we are fully in this verdict watch, today being the first full day of a verdict watch. On Friday, when the jury got the case, they deliberated for roughly 2 hours before going home for the long weekend. Right now, there is a number of people assembling outside the courthouse, waiting for any word of any question or verdict in this case, the retrial of Karen Read. Inside, we know that there was some heated arguments after some motions. A last-minute motion by the defense was filed to add more not guilties to the lengthy verdict form. That was, of course, denied by Judge Beverly Cannoni, saying that the current verdict form is consistent with Mass state law. Outside the courthouse, also after that decision was rendered, we saw this defendant greet her supporters and also answer a couple questions. Take a listen.
There was no preparation this weekend. What did you do for the weekend now that you don't have to prepare anymore?
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict slip, with lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves wanted to use it, and it said as much. So just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently we'll just move forward and.
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen?
I feel well. I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
Defendant Karen Read there facing 3 major charges here: second-degree murder, manslaughter while under the influence and leaving the scene, as long as a lot of other lesser charges. Again, she was asking for that verdict form to be changed because currently there is only one not guilty on the top of the form. Her team had issue with this after the first trial, as we all remember as well.
Absolutely. Talk about, if you would, Matt, the jury makeup.
Yeah, the jury makeup. So they were selected by old rotary balls that were pulled out, and the 6 alternates were selected. Again, this has been a lengthy process for this jury that has been here in the booth listening to case evidence for 8 weeks. Jury selection took 3 weeks on top of that. 18 people were selected to hear all the case evidence originally, and we didn't lose anybody like we did last year. So there was 9 men and 9 women that heard all the case evidence. Ultimately, the deliberating jury is now 7 women and 5 men. The 4-person was selected by Judge Beverly Cannoni. That's what we saw last year. That's how it's done in this particular courtroom. And that's a man that was in seat number 1. But we're hearing right now that lunch was just delivered to this jury. Still trying to find out whether or not they deliberate through lunch. I'll send it back to you guys.
Matt Johnson, thanks so much for those details. And of course, we know you'll let us know if there is a verdict or a question inside of that courthouse. For now, we are going to turn our attention as we wait, as we stand by, not knowing what's going to happen now after 5 hours and 47 minutes so far. We're going to look at the investigation. And there was an important witness on the stand. We talked about Michael Proctor and how he did not come into the courtroom, but the prosecution did have someone to stand in his shoes, someone who did have a bit of an issue as well that the defense was able to pounce on.
Yeah, Yuri Buchanan, remember, he did testify in the first trial, but he had the sort of the second in command feel. The Commonwealth absolutely wanted this jury to believe that he was in command. This Proctor character that keeps coming up, we don't even know who he is. That was the feel from the Commonwealth. And he ended up spending a considerable amount of time on the stand to get the evidence, like John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, in front of the jury. Let's go back and look at what a little bit of jury on the stand, and specifically talking about the investigation and what Karen said that night. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to, well, the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange, but...
Without the commentary. After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from their location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow it.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant. Includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
All right, we're going to get a break in here as the crowd continues to seemingly build outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. We're on verdict watch. It's the case against Karen Reed. We'll have a little bit more Buchanan when we come back. We'll talk about that Sallyport video. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The WNBA is on iron. Friday, the Wings battle the Sun. Then, the Aces host the Storm. Coverage starts Friday at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
TV Live, where we are on verdict watch. 6 hours, the clock just eclipsed, so the jury has been at it 4 hours today, 2 hours roughly Friday, and now we're getting into a little bit of a lengthy deliberation.
We've got you covered. We've got people inside the courthouse. Outside of the courthouse, we have our cameras inside and out. But before we get to more of the Karen Reed retrial, we're going to give you a look at some of the other cases we are tracking here at Court TV. Take a look. We're in New York City, where testimony continues in the sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs. On the stand now is a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
And in South Carolina, the defense case gets underway tomorrow in the coroner affair murder trial for Megan Jackson. She's accused of conspiring with her lover to kill her ex-boyfriend.
We'll keep you updated on all of these trials throughout the day, but let's go back to Massachusetts, where deliberations have been underway. We are waiting for them to take their lunch break. We anticipate that could happen in about 15 minutes, but we will hear something as far as...
I'm not sure if it's a working lunch or if they're just going to break away, which probably is better. I always find...
To take a break fully?
Yeah, yeah. Everybody go eat your lunch in your quarters and then come back fresh. The working lunch, to me, it seems distracting.
And there's a body of folks who believe that they sometimes will get their lunch and then come back with a verdict on a full stomach rather than coming back with a verdict before lunch.
They want the free lunch.
I mean...
I don't know about this case. That's a little deep, but whatever happens, we'll be there. And as we wait, we are looking back at some of the most important testimony that we think the jury right now could be discussing and talking about what might move the needle for either side. That's Proctor, first time around. He didn't testify this time because of obvious reasons. It was a complete failure the first time, given his text messages. So what the Commonwealth did was they had Sergeant Yuri Buchanan take the stand to testify about a range of topics, including Michael Proctor. Now he handled the case.
They also looked at this all-important Sally Port video that was huge point of contention during the first trial. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at this together, and then we're going to bring in our jury consultant guest to talk about what this jury may be thinking.
The footage, the way that it is depicted right now, is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it. Closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Let's move forward. And he's now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sally Port, that was not quite true, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Stay just to that one.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around, and position himself to the left rear taillight. You agree with that, correct?
Objection. Do you agree with that?
It appeared that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
All right, that was Yuri Buchanan, who substituted for Michael Proctor in Karen Reed 2. How did he do? Well, it'd be up to a jury. Might be one of the things they're talking about in that deliberation room, the evidence against Karen Reed, and he was the guy, the face of it. 6 hours, 8 minutes and counting. Let's bring in National Trial Attorney Madeline Somerville. This case, what's your take? It has a lot of people's attention, a lot of people at home right now watching, waiting. What are your thoughts?
Thank y'all so much for having me. I'm so happy to be back to talk about this with you because we are at my favorite part as a jury consultant. So we're like 6 hours in. Usually when you get to about 3 days worth cumulatively in a difficult trial like this, they're done. And in a difficult trial like this, when we know there's the potential for there to be a hung jury, I would wait for that 3 sort of day mark where they've been back for 3 days. It doesn't necessarily have to be like 8-hour days, but if they feel like they've been there that long, statistics show that that's how long it takes. It's interesting that you just played the clip about the taillight because, in my opinion, after having watched a lot of the trial, to me, that's the most that's the most persuasive piece of evidence that would cause the jurors to have reasonable doubt. And remember, it's not just doubt, it's reasonable doubt here. And while I think there's a lot of reasonable doubt as to there not being any intention to hurt her husband in this case, even though there's strong evidence to the not malice murder charge, that it was, simply because it was an accident. I think that there's a lot of reasonable doubt that the jury has, that the defense has had the opportunity to create over these two trials and figure out what works the best to be able to share with this jury.
Madeline, how often do you see in your line of work where juries become very, I'll use the word aggressive, but I mean that the debate goes beyond just civil debate inside of that room? There are times when we then get notes from jurors who say that someone is shut down, they refuse to deliberate, that there is this contention that is palpable. That just happened. So tell me about what you think when that happens, and what are some of the factors that lead to that inside of a jury room?
That's a fantastic question, and it's a lot more common than people think. So I didn't know about it in the Weinstein trial, so now my brain is going off in that direction. But in this case here, a lot of times what happens is, with any group dynamic, the way that I explain it to people is two people have a hard enough time deciding what they want for dinner at night. Imagine getting 12 people to agree on all of this. And it's also something that they're very frustrated about because they haven't been able to talk to each other about it this whole time. And so we were talking earlier about them having lunch and being able to work through it. The chances that they're not talking about it during their lunch are zero because they've been dying to talk to each other about all of this. So once you finally get those feelings out, if you are a person who feels very strongly and communicates very strongly, and there's another person in the room like that as well, that's something that your jury consultant and picking the jury should have taken into consideration because you're forming a team. And so when you have multiple strong personalities within the same room, it's very common that one person's going to go, nope, don't care, shut down, not going to do it. And that's how you end up with a hung jury. And it's very difficult because what happens sometimes is you can give them, and it's called different things in different states, if you get a question like that or a comment to the judge can bring them out and kind of admonish them and tell them, look here guys, like school teacher style, I'm going to need you to get your stuff together because these people worked very hard to put this on. You spent all of your time here. Let's not waste this opportunity. You know, like if you truly can't come to a verdict, I understand. But so that's the level of intervention that can be taken if that happens here.
Yeah, the old Allen charge.
Dynamite charge.
Yeah, Allen charge.
It does work, boy. It's basically like you said, Madeline. Get back there and take the other person's side for a second in your brain so you can see where they're coming from.
And reminding them that they are the best jury to handle this.
Right.
And in this case, it means even more because you are the second jury to handle this, and we know that you can come to a decision.
Yeah. We're going to get a break. You know what I also wonder is how the defense bringing that juror from Karen Reed 1 into their team
alternate
factored in on this case overall. We'll get a break. We're monitoring. We're watching. We're actually doing a lot of people watching outside of that courthouse in Dedham. A lot of characters there. A lot of invested citizens from around the country. Actually, it saw some Canadian flags as well. People just really want to insert themselves in this case because they're so invested. They've watched hours and hours. So
and they can now be on the courthouse steps. They had to be away from this area for the longest, but here we are. Stay with us. More Court TV on the other side.
Court TV Live, along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. We are on Verdict Watch in the case against Karen Reed. Live look outside the courthouse and inside the courtroom where the trial took place. The clock continues to tick, 6 hours, 18 minutes, and counting. We do understand that the jury did take a lunch, and we're not sure if it's a working lunch or not. So some trials we cover, we have a liaison. Usually we're the only media there, or we have our people there, and we know exactly.
And someone comes out and tells everyone.
Yes, they're at lunch, so we'll stop the clock and do the math this way. We're not getting that. So what we're going to do is just, as long as when we know they are in the courthouse working, whether they're eating lunch or not, we're going to factor that in.
Yeah, so that's the latest, is that they did take that lunch break around 1 o'clock, so that was 30 minutes ago, and they resumed or finished that lunch at 1:30, so 2 minutes ago. And this could be an important moment, Ted, because a lot of times there are jurors who are juries after they come back from eating. Once they're able to just take that break, and they just have already come up with a verdict, and they will actually submit it to the court.
Yeah, there's been some wild stories through the years about how juries act, and when in high-profile cases, you can go back to the O.J. case. They took a vote. They had a verdict within a few minutes. Then they faked. They had some readback just because it looked bad.
And then they got bored of it, right?
Yeah,
and didn't want the whole thing.
So who knows what's going on with this jury? Are they close? Have they come to a decision? We'll find out. We got you covered, but right now they continue to deliberate. And while we wait, we've been going back and looking at some of the best moments from trial, things that maybe they're considering. The character of the witnesses, the state's evidence, and the character of the investigator. It's a big part of this case.
Huge part of this case. The missing witness was Michael Proctor, now a fired trooper, Michael Proctor. So in his stead, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan did all the testifying about some of those text messages in a group chat that included Michael Proctor and other officers. Here is a look at some tense cross-examination with Karen Reed's lead defense attorney, Alan Jackson.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you've shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DiCicco, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that is, the code is Michael Proctor, is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DiCicco sending a photograph, correct?
No.
The May I approach?
Yes.
You turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with your
Yes.
permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
So we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant. I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
yes, sir.
Okay. If we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the multi-page document FF, in response to Trooper DeChico's photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
All right, that was Yuri Buchanan going back. And those text messages, you know, you hear them time after time, and it still is jolting. Like,
Every time.
Really? That's what you...
Yeah.
I mean...
With other officers while you're investigating a case.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that no doubt turned off the first jury. Who knows what it's doing without Proctor being there, being the one to read it. I think it took some of the sting out of it to not see him, his voice, his mouth saying the things that he apparently was thinking at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a break. We'll get you, well, we'll either be inside the courtroom, outside the courthouse, or looking back at video from the trial. We're all in on Karen Reed, 6 hours, 27 minutes, and counting. This jury has been working. Stay with us.
Then closing arguments were live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
We're getting you ready for the biggest trials across the country before court is in session. Plus, deeper dives into true crime stories with our daily spotlight.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We continue to be in a verdict watch in the Karen Reed murder retrial as we all wait together for a note from the jury, a question, or a verdict. And while we do that, we are taking a look back at some of the best moments from this trial.
Let's head back to that courtroom back during the testimony of the Commonwealth's case. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan came in, basically took the place of Michael Proctor from the first time around, and Alan Jackson went after him, especially about those inappropriate text messages that were being sent around with Proctor and Buchanan on the chain. Let's go back and listen to more.
This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss Long to Die in Cold, which is the query that started all of the confusion. At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. At 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term "How long tid I in Kikdi?" CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search "How long tid I in Kikdi?" IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that the navigation actually occurred to this website. The only time it shows "How long tid I in the Kikdi" is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows "How long tid I in the cold" is at 6:24:18. There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There were multiple deleted records in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for "How long tid I in the cold."
When you say there's multiple deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Yes, so from a forensic examiner point of view and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 2:27. So at 2:27:36, 2:27:38, 2:27:40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockomock Sports, the YouTube video, "How long tid I in the cold?" And then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and Ozone Basketball. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as the result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Weston, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
You showed us a tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hockomock Sports?
Yes.
All right, that was Ian Whiffen on the stand, an expert with Cellbrite, talking about Jen McCabe's text messages, or rather Google searches, the "How long tid I in cold." Let's bring in national trial attorney and jury consultant Madeline Somerville. Madeline, it's great to talk to you about this case while we're on a verdict watch. And can you talk about how often we actually see the argument of a cover-up made versus how many times it's actually successful? Because this isn't the first time we've seen a defendant argue that there's this cover-up or faulty police investigation that leads to a conspiracy in the case.
So here's the kind of thing that you have to consider. The jurors do not like for their time to be wasted. So if you present a sufficient amount of evidence to where the jurors say, you know what, it's plausible that there was a conspiracy here, then they'll take it seriously. But until you've reached that threshold, the jurors are like, why am I here? This is insane. Like, the tendency is to offer deference to law enforcement, to people in the community who are helping others. And so it's likely that they're going to trust the police. Now, in this particular county, in this area, I know that there's been other instances where people have questioned the validity of some police investigations. And I talk about the CSI generation sometimes where, you know, people think that they're, when they sit on a jury, that they know really what's going on because they've seen it on TV. You can also encounter jurors who have experienced something on TV or in their own communities where they feel like they're already familiar with some sort of conspiracy. So those are the kinds of things to take into consideration. It's not common, it's not usually done, and it's only going to be taken seriously if they have sufficient evidence.
Yeah. And might be this, this. I think this case is legit. It checks those boxes that she's talking about. You've got a community that, for some reason, is very open to police misconduct, and you're seeing
the possibility of it, and they feel
look at how
like
many people are outside the courthouse right now.
And they are very upset about what has happened. They believe she needs to be found not guilty because of the problems with the investigation.
Absolutely. Madeline Somerville, so nice to have you along with us. Thank you for your expertise. We're going to slip in a commercial break here, but coming up, one of our two guys on the scene, Vinny Politan. He's in with the people. He's going to join us next from outside the courthouse. 6 hours, 38 minutes and counting. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us this afternoon as we all follow together what is happening on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts. Will a jury find Karen Read guilty or not guilty, or will they be unable to reach a unanimous verdict all over the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe? We are again in Norfolk County, Massachusetts this afternoon for that murder retrial, and we have a live look for you. We've got cameras all over the place, and there's two of them. One of them is showing you across the street from that courthouse where people have been gathering on the steps of the building facing everything, so they're in a zone that they weren't able to be in before. And on the other side, you see the infamous van. That's all we have seen today in terms of what's going on inside of that courtroom. This jury just came back from a lunch earlier, so now they are back deliberating, and we are standing by for anything that could happen inside of that courthouse. And we have with us right now, a real treat in the afternoon, joining us live from outside of that courthouse is our own Court TV lead anchor, Vinny Politan, who's been there among the people, there with the Sea of Pink, the Karen Read supporters. Vinny, tell us what the latest is.
Julia, let me tell you, the later it gets in the day here, the more the anticipation is growing. Not quite yet to a fevered pitch, but everyone is hearing, they understand lunch is over. We know many times at Court TV through the years, a jury has come back pretty quickly after lunch with a verdict. So I think the anticipation is there. The communication, though, from inside the courthouse, everyone has to stay outside, right? It's a very small courtroom. It's a very intense situation. But how will people know that something is happening inside the courtroom? Let me show you how they're going to know. If we turn around right here, if you look where those two officers are, that is the spot or the spots where Karen Read and her defense team pull up to. They are not staying here at the courthouse. They're staying off-site. But when they need to come back here because something is happening, they'll pull their black SUVs up right there. It's Karen Read, their security, plus obviously the defense team. And when that moment happens, this crowd starts to rumble and they get ready. They know they can't make noise. They can't cheer, they can't chant, but there's a rumble that you feel in that moment when Karen Read and her team pull up because they know something is happening inside the courtroom. Now, obviously the lawyers, yeah, there we are. A lot of excitement. You have the lawyers and Karen Read coming out, and sometimes Karen Read, because she's permitted to, may speak and give us an indication as to why they've returned to the courthouse. Could be a note, could be a question, could be a verdict. So that's why all eyes are focused on that area across the street. Now, where we are is the buffer zone. And a lot of drama and controversy surrounding the buffer zone throughout all of this. And if you'll take a look at these shirts right here, these are the buffer zone heroes. Time to get to the bottom of the story here. So, what's your name?
Allison.
Allison, what's the story behind the shirt and the buffer zone drama?
We started hanging. Actually, Karen just came back.
Wait a minute. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. They're back. Something's happening. This could be anything. Let's see if we got any word of what's going on. Alessi and Wolf were in the car. One car is back. The second car is now coming down the street. Alessi went up already? Alessi's up the stairs. Did the second SUV show up yet? So this is one SUV. Karen Read was not in it. No one saw Karen Read, correct? Okay. So like I was describing just moments before it happened, as soon as those SUVs pull up, you know something's going on in the courtroom. So now everyone's waiting to see if the second SUV shows up. Now, the attorneys can come for any particular reason, but the defendant has to be there. If something of significance is happening, a note, whatever it is, the defendant needs to be here, so Karen Read will be here. That's the second SUV that we're waiting for right now. So, like I said, take a look at how the crowd is gathering on the other side. It starts to fill up, because that's as close as you can really get to Karen Read when she shows up and her defense team. Now, you're seeing a lot of people wear pink, people in this area showing their support through what color they wear. If you're looking for supporters from the other side, they're just not here. I haven't seen them. I have not heard from any of them. It's pretty much unanimous that everyone that's showing up here is supporting Karen Read. But in this moment right now, we're wondering, Karen is not coming. How do you know?
Just paperwork.
Paperwork. All right. I'm getting the news from the people. The people are not getting the news from me. Right? See how that works? All right. We're getting some paperwork, not a verdict, but this is important too. So we're in the buffer zone, right?
We're in the buffer zone.
Last time I was here, there was nobody in the buffer zone. What changed?
So we had started coming down in about November, on days where there wasn't court for Karen, and we'd hold signs protesting Judge Canone specifically. When the buffer zone order came down, we took it to federal court and fought it. We had to go back a couple of times, but we won the right to be able to stand out here now.
Yes.
And what are the limit? You can't make a lot of noise though. No. That's one. So what are the limitations that you have being in here?
So we can have certain signs and shirts. It's a little confusing. I do know that we cannot have anything that says Free Karen Reed on it or FKR, but we are allowed to wear like the Jackson Yannetti shirts. I was told that we can't have Justice for Officer John O'Keefe stuff in here.
You can.
You can, is what I was told. I could be wrong, so don't quote me. It was mostly just like Free Karen or anyone directly, like you can't have anything targeting the witnesses. So it's a lot.
How has it changed? How's it changed things here?
I think it's great. I love it. I'm so happy to be here. Like, seeing everybody here is just, it's so worth everything that we did. Like, I'm just so happy everyone's here. There's like at least 1,000 people here.
Have any of you ever been involved in anything like this before? Any sort of comedians here too, right? No, but before this case, had you ever gotten involved?
No, nothing. This is the first time ever going to protests and standouts and coming to court all the time for something. Just, it's crazy. It's
So what is it? Like a lot of people have that question. People watching from around the country are wondering, why are they all here? What drove you to be here? What drove you to bring a court case?
I think a lot of people relate to Karen. She could be any one of us. I feel like the corruption in this case is blatantly obvious. I think a lot of people just realize this could be me, it could be her, it could be any one of us standing here. And unfortunately, a lot of us wouldn't have the means to fight this. She's very lucky in the lawyers that she got, and Aidan Carney spread the news, and we all joined in, and we're all here to make sure that people know what's going on.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you giving us information. If you look around, it's not that we are talking. It's that there was a moment where some of the lawyers showed up, so the crowd has gotten bigger and bigger. The intensity is building up. The anticipation is building up. So, Julia, as we stand here, I'm just going to stand still for just a second. As we stand here, I don't know what this moment is going to be like when word spreads that there's a verdict, but we'll just have to see. And we'll be here for that moment when it happens. And I know how everyone standing around here feels about the case, but we'll see. But they should not be making that noise. That's one of the things they're not supposed to do. Julia.
Vinny, wow. You cannot get closer to this trial than you there in the middle of it all. I don't know where anyone else can watch the coverage that we have for everyone. And I saw someone with a shirt that said Yannetti and Jackson. I mean, this is a trial that even the lawyers have become celebrities to the people there. Our thanks to Vinny Politan for that report. Let's bring in our guest who is standing by this hour. Trial attorney and federal litigation attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan is with us. Mackenzie, wow. Vinny took us there with everyone that is there and feeling so strongly about this case. They've gone through litigation just to be able to stand outside of this courthouse. Tell me your thoughts on the mood outside of this courthouse. How does it compare to what you've seen in the past?
Boy, it's really hard to compare that to anything. And I do always want to note that I am no relation to Hank Brennan. Apparently it's a very common name in the legal world. But yeah, this is not something like I've seen anywhere else, especially when it's a non-celebrity defendant, that this otherwise is not a high-profile trial. It's just that people really relate to the circumstance that she's in. I mean, I get it. When you're in Massachusetts, I went to school right outside Fall River, actually, and Mass stadies have a very bad reputation. And so you're seeing people in these communities mobilize after seeing potentially generations worth of abuse from police departments or, alleged abuse, feeling that there's some sort of misconduct that continuously happens in these communities. And like some of the folks waiting out there have said, that this could be any one of us, that this is not an uncommon story, that it doesn't surprise them, and that it's time to speak up. I think it's really powerful that they took this to federal court and that they ended up getting a version of a victory to be able to speak their mind out there.
Mackenzie, what kind of impact do you feel that these crowds, the attention, they can't chant anymore because we know last year jurors reported that they could hear the chanting inside the deliberation room. But what impact do you think this has, if any, on the deliberation process?
Yeah, and I do think that was a fair modification because that at a certain point it really does become juror pressure if you can actively hear folks outside. Beyond that, I think it shows you how hard it is to really sequester juries. And I know that this jury is pretty much on their honor that they're not actively kept from their communities, their families. So they're kind of just Scouts' honor that they're not engaging in this community. But it's really, really hard to not see this, to not absorb some of the story through osmosis, through overhearing it at the supermarket, and then obviously walking through these crowds. And I think the fact that most of the mobilized folks are supporters of Karen Read has to speak volumes if you are a juror. I mean, imagine coming out with a different opinion. It would give you cause to question, well, boy, why am I feeling this way if everybody out there seems to have a totally different take? Is there something that they're not showing us in evidence? Because that is sometimes the case. And then obviously the inverse is true too, that sometimes people on the street aren't privy to all the evidence that they're getting in the trial. So it cuts both ways. But long story short, there's no way that it doesn't move the needle a little bit. But I don't know that that's such a bad thing.
6 hours and 55 minutes so far this jury has been deliberating. This is over the course of 2 days. They only deliberated for about 2 hours on Friday, so we are now in the thick of it, in the thick of the deliberations. You see the camera outside where everyone is standing by waiting to see a glimpse of Karen Read or any indication that we've got a verdict or a question or some kind of movement inside of the courtroom. Mackenzie, thank you for your analysis. Stand by. We're going to get to a break, but when we come back, we're going to keep talking Karen Read, keep checking in to see what's happening there inside of that Dedham, Massachusetts courthouse.
On closing arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Read retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering.
He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Today could be the day. We are in a verdict watch in Dedham, Massachusetts in the Karen Reed murder retrial. And before we get you back to our coverage there, here's a quick look at two other cases we are tracking here at Court TV. In New York, the federal sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs continues with testimony from a paralegal about text messages between the music mogul and his staff. Prosecutors hope to connect the dots on his alleged co-conspirators and what they know regarding those drug-fueled hotel nights. And in South Carolina, jury selection is underway in our newest live trial, the Garden Hose murder retrial for Michael Colucci. He's standing trial again for the death of his wife 7 years after the first trial ended. It ended in a mistrial. And opening statements in this one, they're expected to begin tomorrow. We will keep you updated on all of these trials throughout the day. But right now, we are all in on Karen Reed and the murder retrial. The latest that we've heard from the Norfolk Superior Courthouse is that these jurors did go on a lunch break or got their lunch to eat last hour. They've been back at it deliberating at about 1:30. So for about the last 45 minutes, we haven't heard a peep from this jury in the now 7 hours that they have been deliberating. So while we wait for that verdict to come down or a question or a note inside of the courtroom, we're taking a listen back to what could be critical evidence that these jurors could be discussing as they go over the case. And that's the testimony of this woman, a critical witness for the prosecution, Jen McCabe, someone who was a friend of the victim, John O'Keefe, and someone that the defense has pointed the finger at as being dishonest about what happened. Let's listen back to what Jen McCabe recalled this time around after finding John O'Keefe's body on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
You share with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to... Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you. Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the cell. In the cell? Yes, so it's for the Albert resident. Yeah, I just pulled up and found it. Okay, 34 Fairview? 34 Fairview, Canada, yeah. Not the one that's under bullet for emergency. Hello? Yes, I'm working on 34 Fairview Road in Houston. 34 Fairview? Yes, with a man unresponsive in the snow. Okay, what else? Okay, what's going on? They face down? We did search him over. Okay. And who's that in the background? Is it someone related? That's Rockland, he is John O'Keefe. Okay, how old is he? John is 46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Jerry? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to it's body and then circle. Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we already have the background going and just get it out. Is he breathing? I don't feel to be breathing. Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it? Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's going. Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so? No, I think he's halfway. Okay. All right, we're going to fire department and the police department all the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside? I'll bring up my I know, Mom. That's all the issues. I know. Kevin, you gotta get off of me. Kevin, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had texted out, but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how he's gonna.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head? Is his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think it's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
Now, if the full appointment, if there is any.
Something coming out of the note, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one moment. Is doing CPR?
Yes. I'm working on him.
All right, if you want the CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back and you tell us your response, all right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible, to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side, but then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you call 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight, and I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT, so the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
What do these jurors who are deliberating now, the 7 women, 5 men who are deliberating, what do they think about Jen McCabe's testimony? Right now, we are looking at this live picture of what's inside of the courtroom. Of course, the jury is in a different place in the deliberation room. There hasn't been any movement today in terms of a note or a question from these jurors. They took their lunch and they are back at it. 7 hours and 13 minutes in total. We will keep you updated on everything. We see we've got a camera there on the outside as well. Matt Johnson is there on the ground, as well as our lead anchor, Vinny Politan. Matt's going to join us in about 30 minutes to tell us about arrivals at that courthouse today and what it all may mean. Stay with us. More Karen Reed on the other side.
I'm so happy to be here. Like, seeing everybody here is just, it's so worth everything that we did. Like, I'm just so happy everyone's here. There's like at least 1,000 people here.
Have any of you ever been involved in anything like this before? Any sort of... Comedians here too, right? No, but before this case, had you ever gotten involved?
No, nothing. This is the first time I'm going to protests and standouts and coming to court all the time for something. Just, it's crazy.
And that's the scene right now outside of the courthouse. Thank you for being with us here on Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Dedham, Massachusetts is where our eyes are for this verdict watch in the murder retrial for Karen Reed. Today could be the day, everyone. This could be the day that a jury finally comes to a decision in the case against Karen Reed that has been going on for years. This retrial is the second bite at the apple for the prosecution. And we're looking back now at key testimony that the jurors heard during the trial. Could it be impacting how they are deliberating? The attorneys in this case, they spent a lot of time debating on whether Jen McCabe's infamous Google search, you remember it, how long to die in cold, which was supposed to be how long to die in cold. The question was whether it was made before or after Karen Reed found John O'Keefe's body in the snow. Let's take a listen back to some of that testimony. This is Jen McCabe on direct by the Commonwealth.
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up, because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
What did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come, because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess. When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
This was earlier in the trial. Jim McCabe testified 2 times. She testified last year at the first trial, then this time around. But she wasn't in the gallery this time around for the closing arguments. We saw her along with other members of her family, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Carrie Roberts, her friend, there in the gallery back during the closing arguments the first time around. Let's bring back in trial attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan. Trial attorney Brennan. Mackenzie, let's talk about Jim McCabe, because the last trial, she was able to talk a little bit more. She was able to get into the harassment that she has dealt with in the wake of this trial. People who feel that she was involved, people who feel, though she's never been charged, that she is the one who should be sitting inside of this courtroom at the defense table. Talk about what impact a verdict is going to have on her. She isn't as visible this time around as she was the first time, but no matter what way it goes, it's going to have an impact.
Yeah, I think this trial all around has shown us some of the hazards of social media culture intersecting with true crime. That there's been such an interest in true crime, and obviously I'm part of that. But it is sometimes easy to forget that these are real people, and even if they are culpable people, whether legally or in our opinions, they also, in this case, have suffered a loss. Many of them are just trying to do their best. I think that it's hard to constrain when you have a case where the alternative theory is some sort of conspiracy within law enforcement, to know where to limit the bounds of that suspicion and where to place blame, what to do with that emotion. I think that the reaction to her and others in the community will likely be dependent on what the verdict is. On the one hand, if there is a guilty verdict, that could unleash more anger because it's kind of unresolved. There's no place to put all of that emotion. On the other hand, if Karen Reed is found completely innocent, that might make folks who are doing some of the harassing feel a bit vindicated. So it's really hard to know what effect that'll have on community members after this trial ends.
Do you think there's any legal ramifications? Do you think she'll be able to bring any kind of legal cases after this is over, depending on how things go down inside this courthouse? And would there be a situation where an attorney might tell her, wait until the trial is finalized?
Yeah, I think obviously if you were representing her, you would want the best possible case. So you would want to wait until things kind of hit a fever pitch, which again likely is going to be after we get a verdict in this case. I think in a trial like this, where again there are so many emotions without a place to go, it's very likely that things will get to a point that they might need legal intervention. On the other hand, it is a small town. A lot of the folks that we're looking at outside the courthouse have traveled there to watch the verdict. So it's possible this could be constrained afterwards once everybody goes back to their daily lives. The good and the bad is that we know a lot of this town is dominated by a social group, by folks who seem connected to that family. So on the other hand, there's a world where she and her relatives kind of stay protected in this orbit.
Oh, yeah. There's so many emotions involved in this case. Mackenzie, thank you for that analysis. Stand by. Everyone remember, we are on a verdict watch. You see that camera that we have there on the right side of your screen? You see our lead anchor, Vinnie Politan, there with the people that he says he's only seen Karen Reed supporters out in front of this courthouse. A little different than what we saw last year when we saw counter-protesters who were there supporting John O'Keefe's family and supporting a guilty verdict in this case. We are all waiting to see what comes out of that courthouse. 7 hours and 28 minutes. At any moment, we could hear something. We could see someone going into the courthouse, and our Matt Johnson is going to give us a live update soon. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV.
Closing arguments. We're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Detectives arrested Brian Kohlberger.
I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College student murders trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
It is Verdict Watch Monday here on Court TV. All eyes are on Dedham, Massachusetts and the Karen Reed murder retrial, where at any moment the jury could come back with a decision for Karen Reed. These are jurors that have been deliberating now for 2 days, 7 hours and 33 minutes. There's a look at the fan. We've got cameras inside of the courthouse, outside of the courthouse, as hundreds, some have estimated 1,000 people gathering in front of the courthouse waiting. And largely in part, those are supporters of a not guilty verdict for Karen Reed. In the meantime, we've been taking a look back this afternoon at some key moments from Reed's second trial, points that could factor into the jury's decision. Let's listen back to some of that testimony of one of these witnesses who's for the Commonwealth, data expert Jessica Hyde. She testified about the now infamous search, the hostile to die in cold by Jen McCabe. We heard Jen McCabe give her explanation for the timing. Let's listen to this expert talk about that timing.
Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase "how long to die in cold"?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records on this phone tribute to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records on the phone?
I analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to Ms. McCabe, yes.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because of what it appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed by the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We see no call logs before, but we do see FaceTime logs before. So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without testing or reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and review. What the situation here is that there are 3 types of call logs on this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count too, and they'd get their own logs. So when we look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not on the call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining is recents is the most recent 200 of each category. Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th call gets deleted. So it's constantly just the last 200 calls. It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was any?
Jessica Hyde corroborating Jennifer McCabe's testimony. We have to get to a break. When we come back, more Karen Reed murder retrial coverage. Our own Matt Johnson is there on the ground, and he's going to talk about some people arriving at that courthouse. What does it all mean? Stay with us.
TV Live, I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Of course, so honored to be with you today, where we are on a verdict watch, a huge day. This is in the Karen Reed murder retrial. In Dedham, Massachusetts, the jury has now been out deliberating. You can see the clock on your screen, 7 hours, 43 minutes. That's how long this jury has been deliberating. Today is the second day of that. Reed's first trial ended in a mistrial after a jury was not able to reach unanimous decision. Reed stands accused of striking and killing her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her Lexus SUV, although the defense says that Reed is a victim of a massive police cover-up. Right now, let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Covered the first trial, covered the second trial, and now is still there live outside of the courthouse. And Matt, I can see up on what we call the BAM, a huge picture of all the pink shirts. Tell us more about the reaction outside of the courthouse right now.
Judge Ashley, you can feel the anticipation out here as the crowds appear to be growing in numbers. It started out with hundreds earlier today, and now we have a sea of pink on the steps here behind me, and then spreading all the way across down the street and wrapping around this courthouse, except for the very backside where they're not allowed to go. But the buffer zone's still in place. However, it is lifted in a sense to where, as long as you are not screaming or you are not holding signs, and you are quiet, then you can still be here in front of the courthouse. There is also a growing number of media from all across the country here staking their ground right now as we are in this verdict watch, day 2 of the most anticipated retrial of the century, as Vinny likes to call it. So we do have these crowds out here, and they're waiting for that moment where they see one of 2 black SUVs that transport Karen Reed, this defendant, and also those defense attorneys to and from the courthouse, because again, they're waiting out this verdict watch over at David Yannetti's office here in Dedham, Massachusetts. So anytime they see a black SUV, the crowd tenses up and they wait to see what happens. A few moments ago, let's put it on your screen, we saw one of the defense attorneys, Robert Alessi, exit the vehicle along with one of the interns. Take a listen.
Great job, Bob.
And at that moment, the crowd started to grow even more and swell in front of the courthouse, anticipating Karen Reed's arrival, maybe trying to, get some information from this defense team as to if there's any clue with any questions or verdict with this deliberating jury. So outside the courthouse as well, we know that Karen Reed was addressing the motion that was filed earlier today. Let's put that on your screen. This was a motion to alter and change the verdict form. Judge Beverly Canoni denying that. She says that it is consistent with Mass state law, and she will not add more not guilties to the form. Currently, there is only one not guilty. Here's Karen Reed in response to that just a few moments ago. Take a listen.
There was no preparation this weekend. What should you do for the weekend now that you don't have to prepare anymore?
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict slip, the lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves were confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently we'll keep moving forward and
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen?
I feel well, I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
Same issue that the defense challenged all the way up to the state superior court, which was the Supreme Court, which was maintained. Judge Beverly Canoni not changing the verdict form the first trial. All right, so the same charges for the retrial as well. Take a look at your screen. 2nd-degree murder, manslaughter while under the influence, and leaving the scene. Now, if she is convicted of those top charges, she could be spending the rest of her life behind bars with the possibility of parole anywhere between 15 and 25 years. Judge Ashley.
Oh, all right. That is her life in the balance as we wait for this jury. Now, speaking of the jury who's out deliberating, Matt, tell us a little bit more about the jury makeup, please.
Yeah, this jury has been very intent listening, and especially to those closing arguments, and they were taking a lot of notes throughout the course of the trial. Of course, they didn't during the closing remarks because that's not case evidence, but this jury, let's put them up on your screen. This is the deliberating jury makeup. We have 7 women and 5 men. Originally, when this all started about 12 weeks ago with the first people being selected for jury selection, we had 9 and 9 men and 9 women for a total of 18. We didn't lose any jurors throughout the course of testimony, which included 8 weeks and 49 witnesses. The jury foreperson is chosen by Judge Beverly Cannoni. That's what she did last year. It's just the person that happens to be in seat number 1. This time around, it's a male, and I can tell you he skews a little bit older, but we're not allowed to really get into details about what the jury looks like or any particulars about the jury members per court order, but I can tell you that is the jury makeup in terms of gender, and they skew about middle-aged, maybe a little bit higher.
All right, thank you for that, Matt, and all the great reporting there live as we're continuing to watch every single development in this case. That anticipation absolutely building. Now let's welcome our guests for this hour. We have criminal defense attorney Jack Rice and Josh Schiffer, both of whom are criminal defense attorneys, and that's why I want to start here. First of all, Josh, great to have you on. As always, you're going to be with us for 2 hours to break all this down. And my first question, Josh, is what it's like seated next to a defendant, especially in a case like this, not only that's captured the world's attention, but who is facing life in prison as they have to sit and wait on the jury.
It's really surreal because you know what you're right in the middle of. You know how important it is. You know that there's nothing more you can do. The job's done, at least for now. And your role at that point is to provide support and stability for your client while everything in their life dangles and it's in the hands of these jurors, the most brilliant, attentive, wonderful people, and in an institution that's been known historically to make some great decisions, but some terrible decisions. But it's really surreal to sit there at the center of the circus.
And Jack, she has talked a lot of times, when there's a gag order on the attorneys, they can't talk about the case. Karen Reed has been able to speak, and every time she's asked, she says she feels good, she feels well, it was a good job. She feels, right now she had just said she feels strong. So those are good indications of how she's doing, but the reality is, weigh in on this, that she faces, she could spend the rest of her life in jail depending on the outcome from this jury.
Oh, there is no question about it. We think about how challenging this is for anybody. Few people have faced something that is this heavy in a very small window of time. And you think about how intense it is from her perspective. But even to go back to your last question with Josh, this is really extraordinary, because when you think about it from the perspective of a prosecutor versus a defense attorney, and I've been on both sides, it's actually much, much different from one another in some ways. Prosecutors frequently have the luxury, and I'll use that term, of being able to sit on experienced investigators, police officers, and all of the others involved to really bring this case to fruition. And so you feel like you're standing on the shoulders of giants, whereas sometimes on the defense side, it's the opposite, because it's the entire government who's climbing on top of your client, and your client is standing on your shoulders. You're the one, in some ways, who is feeling that weight of trying to keep them from going under. And so there is enormous pressure from different directions, depending upon where you are on one side of the aisle or the other, as the teams who are prosecuting or defending.
That's right. I just want to point out, in this live shot, all of the people that are waiting, they might be there for days. The reality is, we have no idea. A verdict could come in 30 minutes. It could come in 3 days. That's the reality of our jury system. They get to deliberate as long as they choose until they have any kind of announcement for the court, and the court decides what to do next. I want to talk about legality still, because Josh, this buffer zone, it's really interesting to me. We know that Judge Cannoni said there's a buffer zone. You cannot be in front of the courthouse. You cannot make noise. And in part because jurors reported the first time around in 2024 that they could hear all of the protests, and you don't want anyone influencing influencing the jury, although it may not have been intentional. You don't want that to happen or any allegation of that. So I understand why the noise had to be limited, but I was fascinated when the judge did say, and you can't be in front of the courthouse. It's a public courthouse. Well, we know that a couple or a group of the people who were there to watch, they actually went to court about that and said, we get to be in the buffer zone. She can't tell us we can't. They won in terms of they can now stand in front of the courthouse. Vinny interviewed a few of those individuals last hour. We see them standing there. They still have to be quiet. Again, I understand that. You don't want the jury hearing either side chanting for or against Karen Read. So Josh, tell us about that piece, please.
The buffer zone, and I know there have been many sideshows to this main event. This buffer zone academically, for me, about the most interesting you've got, because you've got a case that is clearly attached to the community. Everybody, and now the nation is literally staring at this courthouse in Massachusetts. The whole nation is sucked into this incredible personal drama. And we saw multiple attempts by the state through the court to prohibit freedom of speech. This was litigated extensively, and the federal courts came out and made the right call allowing this, but it certainly adds another layer on top of the already challenging case.
Yeah, it is a challenging case. I agree with the feds and what they've said, and I did hear you kind of say, Jack. I think it was you. We just saw Vinny, but before you weigh in, because I just saw Vinny walk across the live shot. Obviously, he and Matt Johnson are there bringing all of it to us, and I always love to hear Vinny Politan talk to people and visit with them because he has such great information and insight with all of his expertise. Let's listen together to what one of the supporters shared with him, Jack.
What drove you to be here? What drove you to bring a court case?
I think a lot of people relate to Karen. She could be any one of us. I feel like the corruption in this case is blatantly obvious. I think a lot of people just realize this could be me, it could be her, it could be any one of us standing here. And unfortunately, a lot of us wouldn't have the means to fight this. She's very lucky in the lawyers that she got, and Aidan Carney spread the news, and we all joined in, and we're all here to make sure that people know what's going on.
All right, Jack Rice, insight, the corruption. It could be any one of us because they believe that it was a corrupt investigation. Maybe the jury does. We don't know yet. Jack Rice.
Yeah, well, Vinny's question is perfect for this because this is about transparency, right? If we think about the law and we think about the First Amendment and we talk about what even the U.S. Supreme Court says about time, manner, and place restrictions, at the same time, this is also about transparency because if you think about just this one person on the street talking about corruption, a big purpose of how our system collectively works is that we all buy in. And the only way we can buy in is if we see it and we understand it. And if there's a perception, a reality maybe, but perception certainly, if there's a perception that we're not just corrupt, but we're protecting and hiding corruption, it really brings into question the validity of the system itself. So I think it's incredibly important that the Fed stepped in and said, hold on a second, we have to make sure that people have the ability to see what's going on, to understand what's going on, and also to voice their opinions. This is why we're here. Is it about Karen Read and her rights? Absolutely. But it's also collectively about making sure all of us get to see what it is that the Commonwealth does, because technically they're doing on our behalf, or at least the Commonwealth's behalf.
Right. I didn't mean to interrupt, Jack. I just wanted to add to that, and it's the reason we appreciate a Judge Cannoni decides that cameras can be in the courtroom, because that brings the case to the public. All of the public cannot fit inside of a courtroom, so it makes good sense. All right, both of you stand by, please. Lots more to come. We do need to take a break. The fan that you were just watching is the one on the ceiling in the courtroom, as we're keeping our eye on that. Stay with us. Almost 8 hours of deliberation. We'll be right back.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was something off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College student murders trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Welcome back. The place you want to be is Court TV. Why? We're on Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed murder retrial playing out in Dedham, Massachusetts. The jury has now been deliberating for approximately 8 hours, a few minutes more than that. They will decide whether Reed intentionally killed John O'Keefe or if she's the victim of a cover-up like her defense suggests. That jury will be considering lots of testimony, including testimony from a paramedic who says he overheard Reed say, "I hit him," while he was ventilating O'Keefe on the front lawn. Take a listen.
So as
as we approached the scene, as I said, there were 3 individuals, and Canton police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So he was laying on his back. Okay. From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep, so I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any signs of life, it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the carotid pulse, and you check for any signs of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse will be right in the neck. Just real quick, 2 seconds, you can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse, and I found none.
How was his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
Did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged middle-aged female with blood on her face. And I, real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
The person that you looked up and saw that was standing over you with blood on her face, do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
It's in between Mr. Jackson or next to Mr. Jackson.
I see. And when you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year?
No,
sir. 2 times?
What was it?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay, but you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago?
I believe so, sir, yes.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, I hit him?
So previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay. Your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified?
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now, as you sit here, that it was 3 times you heard that, than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay, and does your memory tend to get better, or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
All right, still with us, Jack Rice, Josh Schiffer, and really it's going to come down to, in my opinion, whether or not the jury believes the words that the Commonwealth wants everyone to believe, and that is that she did say, I hit him, that it was purposeful, or that she backed into him with a car, and that's what caused his death. What do you think, let me start with you, Josh, with her words being used against her through this testimony?
One of the most powerful parts of the Commonwealth's presentation, and we saw it time and time again, and every criminal justice practitioner I know slaps their head and goes, why sit for those interviews? There's this whole other media story happening out and beyond the actual courtroom. Talk about an unforced error. That little snippet, that phrase, I hit, just used again and again, and it really reinforces the Commonwealth's overall argument that, listen, stop paying attention to the noise. This isn't a wild, crazy anything. Don't listen to what people are making up, trying to trick you. Keep it simple, jury. We're the state. We had a woman with an argument with alcohol, and then her boyfriend ends up dead in the front yard. She was the only one there. That's a murder case. That's their theory. That's their theme. Stick to it. The distraction harms everybody working for the Commonwealth.
All right, now Jack, add to this. I again want to listen together because here is a different version of what Karen Reed allegedly said at the scene. Listen to this.
Did I hit him? How would that have been? Could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction? I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
All right, could I have hit him? Now that's very different. Again, I think it depends on what you want to believe happened, Jack.
You're absolutely right, Your Honor. And I mean, there's the rub, right? But here is the thing. I mean, just to think about what Josh is talking about, and he's right as he always is this notion of what it is that the Commonwealth is trying to accomplish. And essentially, what the defense is doing is arguing this is a grand conspiracy. And with that in mind, that means everybody involved is lying. Everybody. So what we're seeing in this second trial from the Commonwealth is a real effort to say, this one's not a liar. Let's talk about their career. Let's talk about their experience. Let's talk about where they come from. And then realize this is just one blip of a case. It's irrelevant in the bigger picture of a career, and that what this person is not a liar. They're simply a public servant trying to do their job. And yet what you see now is that very common perspective where you bring another piece of evidence in that says you can use actually the very same words, and depending upon how you say it, it can change its meaning. I mean, you go back to My Cousin Vinny, where I believe it was the sheriff who's on the stand and he's saying, I shot him. And he's reading it from his notebook. Of course, what the kid said was, I shot him. It's how you say it, not just what you say. You remember this from Nita, Your Honor. We've done this together, you and I, in courtrooms. So I know that's the truth.
I agree with you, that's the truth. Josh, isn't that the definition of reasonable doubt? Isn't that very issue? And not knowing how she said it, what she meant, isn't that reasonable doubt in and of itself or not?
Go ask a juror that, because you two are absolutely right. You know, I tell people all the time, what is the most guilty person in the world scream? I'm innocent. It's what I normally do when I'm talking or Jack's talking to somebody getting arrested, and why you never say anything. Everything's the position you are supporting, and it's why all these statements that Karen Reed made eventually come back as tools for a prosecution.
Yep, and they did it this time. They didn't do it last time. They used, as we know, clips from interviews that she gave as part of their case in chief for the jury to consider. All right, gentlemen, stand by. We do need to head to a break. But first, we want to remind you of a trial that Court TV will be covering tomorrow. It is a trial where a high school house party turned deadly, leaving one student fatally wounded and another charged with murder. Here's Court TV's Julia Janae with a preview of the Preppy Party murder trial.
It's hard that I lost my best friend. I'm sad. I'm confused.
On May 14th, 2022, 4 Connecticut high school students were stabbed outside of a house where dozens of underage kids were drinking and partying. One student, 17-year-old James McGrath, was killed.
I don't know why it would happen to him or anyone, and it's hard to accept.
Jimmy McGrath was a high school junior and star lacrosse player. The news of the stabbings sent shockwaves through the community.
I think that sometimes we as a whole get desensitized to these types of events, but when it hits home, it's hard because they're your neighbors, they're your friends, they're your classmates, they're your associates in work, and they're a family.
We have Raoul Valley
on the party docket today.
Raul Valley was 16 years old at the time of the incident. He's now 20 and faces a murder charge as well as 3 assault charges. Prosecutors say there were 2 fights at 2 different houses that led to the tragedy. The trouble began at a party for students from St. Joseph's High School, where witnesses say Raul Valley got drunk and then got into a fight with another teen, Ryan Hines. After the fight broke up, Valley and several of his friends tracked Hines down to a second party about a mile and a half away, where dozens of kids from Shelton High School were partying. The situation spun out of control, and a brawl ensued between Valley and his friends and the teens at the second party.
We just want to make sure that there's no animosity between students of different schools, because this was a tragedy, but it wasn't a tragedy created by a rivalry.
Hines and 2 other teens were stabbed but survived their injuries. Jimmy McGrath later died. McGrath didn't attend either school and is described as an innocent bystander who was trying to break up the fight.
We've been surrounded by love, and that's helped.
Raul Valley pleaded not guilty and could possibly assert a self-defense claim. According to local station News 12 Connecticut, he has twice rejected a 40-year plea deal. If Valley is convicted of murder, he could be sentenced to between 25 and 60 years in prison.
Again, that trial begins tomorrow. Stay tuned. We will head back to Massachusetts momentarily, where the jury is currently deliberating the fate of Karen Reed. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Welcott. Thank you so much for being with us. We are still on a verdict watch, gaining momentum in Dedham, Massachusetts, in the Karen Reed murder retrial. The jurors have now been deliberating for 8 hours and 19 minutes. They began Friday afternoon late, came back this morning. They are back there deliberating still. As soon as we see any indication of anything, a jury question, a verdict, we're going to take you back into that courtroom live. Right now, you see the fan spinning. That, of course, is the fan in the ceiling of that courtroom as we continue to monitor that by Court TV. In the meantime, we've been breaking down key testimony that jurors are surely keeping in mind as they deliberate Reed's fate. Now, this includes testimony from John O'Keefe's mother, Peggy O'Keefe. Peggy recounted on the stand learning about her son's condition and being driven to the hospital by family friend Carrie Roberts. Let's take a look back at some of her testimony and listen to a clip from Karen Reed's interview with 2020 when Reed talks about John's mother becoming suspicious of her in the wake of her son's death.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank, and I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. And she says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? I just kept walking, and then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital, and I said, what is she doing here? She said, oh, she's being psych-evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up, his eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
yep.
Did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
when they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, "Did you hit my son?" I would sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, "Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom." I said, "I think I need to leave." I said, "I think John's mother thinks I did something to John."
Still with us, Jack Rice and Josh Schiffer. All right, gentlemen, Jack, let me start with you. How much is the jury, do you think, would have taken into account their perception of the personality of Karen Read? And here's why I say that. Clearly, she was distraught and out of control at the crime scene when she found John O'Keefe, when she's kind of, according to the mother, yelling at Peg, "Hey, Peg, is he dead? Peg, is he dead?" Her behaviors are extreme. They're dramatic, but maybe that's her personality. Maybe that doesn't mean anything, Jack.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't, but in the end, Your Honor, it all matters to the jury. The jury is weighing all of this. I mean, it's all about credibility anyway. Every single piece of testimony has to rest on the belief that it's either true or false. And that's really the argument that's coming from both sides. One's saying this is the truth, the other's saying it's a conspiracy. And so the credibility piece means everything. And so you're seeing a jury who is sitting back in deliberations right now weighing that. And they're weighing this idea, Peg, is he dead? Peg, is he dead? Was she assuming he was dead? Was she thinking, well, he could have been dead because of, or was it, this is a shock, how did this happen? I don't understand. And they're trying to thread that needle between belief, doubt, and whether credibility will drive it one direction or the other.
And Josh, certainly closing arguments are the opportunity for attorneys to argue and convince the jury. Let's listen together to the Commonwealth and what they say happened to the jury.
And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, could give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Read. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die.
All right, closing argument. Josh, weigh in before we need to take a break.
Clearly, Brennan is emotionally tuned in and knows exactly how to get to a jury. But what Jack was talking about is how the jury is considering Karen Read. And remember, they never actually heard from her except from some of these clips and this testimony from people like Peg, who talked about her reaction during a really emotional and stressful time. That then begs that conversation the three of us have talked about. How are you supposed to react during trauma? And what kind of reaction can spur really bad takes from people if you didn't react in the way expected or not? There's so much of that credibility built in, but she didn't really say much to this jury. It's the Commonwealth. Their credibility matters.
All right, we are bringing you those live looks at the courtroom, at the crowds outside of the courthouse to bring any updates. We need to take a break. And of course, when we come back, we want to give you an update on the federal sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs. A lot going on there. We'll be right back.
Colucci on trial again for the murder of his wife.
This is just not an easy case.
Colucci's first trial ended with a deadlocked jury.
We may never know what happened that night.
The Garden Hose Murder Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence and all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Quickly turn now to Manhattan for an update on the sex trafficking and racketeering trial for Sean Diddy Combs. Joining us now from New York with the latest from today's testimony is Court TV senior producer Emanuela Grinberg. Emanuela, thank you as always for bringing us all of the latest eyes and ears in that courtroom. Catch us up. What is happening inside court today?
Hey, Judge Ashley. So, court is in recess today until tomorrow morning, but it is week 6, day 24 of the government's case, and it's really starting to wind down. Tomorrow, when we return for more testimony, a special agent with the state attorney's office, with the prosecution's office, Delissa Penland, will be back on the stand. She is the government's second summary witness, and these are witnesses basically from the prosecution's extended team, who are sort of trying to tie together the loose ends of what these exhibits, evidence, and really, what she's been testifying, what she testified to this afternoon before we broke, is the sort of bringing together all the evidence that we have of Patsy Ventura's freak-offs, or those nights of unwanted sex that she says she participated in with Sean Combs. She talked a lot, we're talking like, Amex statements, hotel bills, and text communications between Cassie and these escorts that she said she was unwillingly, forced to set up these nights with. The jury actually saw for the first time videos of the freak-offs, and I know we've talked about them so much, they've seen so many screenshots, but these were the first time they actually saw videos of the freak-offs. So that's where we were when we left off with Special Agent Penland today, and she was, like I said, she's the second summary witness. The first one was another member of the prosecution team who was really talking more about text communications between Christina Coram, and this is she's been described as Combs' right-hand woman, chief of staff, the person who really, the only woman he listened to, described by some witnesses, and just talking about, setting up hotel nights, multiple text exchanges about re-upping baby oil, making sure that everything was in place, and then also conversations with Cassie Ventura and Jane about setting up these hotel nights. And finally, the day started with the excusal dismissal of that juror 6, basically just for giving mixed information about his residency, where and with whom he lives, raising questions in the judge's mind, concerns that he may have an agenda wanting to be staying on the panel. So start again tomorrow, and hopefully the state should be wrapping up as soon as Wednesday.
All right. Thank you so much, as always, Emanuela. Right now, let's turn back to Dedham, Massachusetts, where a jury has been deliberating now. Look at your clock, 8.5 hours, basically, the fate of Karen Reed. We want to take a closer look now at what has been happening outside of the courthouse. You can see the crowd. We've been showing you those the live pictures, more and more people showing up. These Karen Reed supporters are out in droves today as they wait for the verdict to come. Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan spoke with some of the supporters earlier today. Take a listen.
How do you think it'll go here, though, if it comes back with a guilty, like we see in the overwhelming majority of verdicts on Court TV?
I'm going to call it loud disappointment. I mean, I don't think any of the state troopers' cars are going to be turned over. Things are set afire. Major disappointment, and hope that on appeal things will be changed.
How about, and the alternative? The not guilty comes down. What do you think happens in the streets here?
Just a loud uproar of vindication. Remember, this is, Vinny, this is as much about Karen Reed as it is all the folks who live here, who see issues with law enforcement here, who see issues with the DA here, who see issues with the court here. And this is a symptom for them. So if they see a victory here, I think they're going to read it as a victory on a much larger scale.
Still with us, Jack Rice and Josh Schiffer. Jack, making clear that a spectator did that it would be a loud roar of vindication if it's not guilty, not necessarily for Karen Reed, but because it stands up against the system of corruption, as he describes it.
Isn't this how this dovetails to what we were talking about the last segment, Your Honor, this concept of credibility? It comes down to this, and you could say, well, this is what people are feeling in the streets, or some people are feeling in the streets. You realize this may also be being carried into deliberations, into a jury box. And so you have people who are questioning that credibility as well. And that can pop up in the middle of these where you say, just because the police say something doesn't make it so. Just because the Commonwealth says something doesn't make it so. If you get even the sliver of that, it can matter.
Yeah, it can matter. All right, Josh, your final thoughts. We've got about a minute left before we'll have to take a break. And watching, 30 seconds, really quickly.
All all right? Corruption bubbles up, cynicism bubbles up in the community. It's peaking right now. It's not just Karen Read, it's everything is coming into this community. This community has a catalyst. That catalyst is Karen Read.
Absolutely. All right. Stand by, gentlemen. You're staying with us. Coming up next, of course, Michael Ayala joining me. Can't wait to visit with him about this as we wait for the jury's verdict in the Karen Read murder retrial. Stay here on Court TV Live.
At 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice. Will a jury find Karen Read guilty or not guilty in the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
That's right. We're in a verdict watch in Dedham, Massachusetts. The jury has now been deliberating for 8 hours and 43 minutes approximately. You all can see that we are leaving the verdict watch clock up on your screen, so you can always glance at that.
Yep, and Reed's first trial ended in a mistrial after a jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision. I think they were out almost 5 days.
For that.
Well, for 5 days in that trial. She stands accused of striking and killing John O'Keefe with her Lexus SUV.
Now, prosecutors point to fragments of Reed's taillight at the crime scene as evidence of a collision. But the defense believes that Reed is the victim of a wide-ranging cover-up by O'Keefe's friends and local law enforcement.
Now, while we wait for the verdict, we want to take a listen back to some of the defense team's closing argument, and this came on Friday.
There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove.
Okay. All right, we want to show you live Karen Reed. There she is. The SUV is just pulled up as Vinny described. Karen Reed signing to her supporters, walking with her attorney Jackson right there next to her. Michael, she is headed inside that courthouse.
Yeah, she looks to be in very good spirits. Obviously, she would have gotten a lot of rest this weekend. We have no particular word as to why they're returning. We know some of the family returned a little earlier. Again, this could be a note from the jury. This could be the jury saying they want to go home. We do not know at this time. We just want to keep you updated, of course, on what's happening out there in the courthouse.
I mean, theoretically, it could be a verdict, and we don't know that yet. We really have no idea what this is. Let's compare, though. 8 hours, 45 minutes. You mentioned earlier, today is day 2 of deliberating, said they couldn't reach an agreement. So that's where we are.
Yeah, that's where we are. Let's bring in our guest. Joining us again this hour, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Bryce, and criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. Gentlemen, always a pleasure to see you guys. Thank you for joining us here on the program. And Josh, I'll start with you. As I said, we don't know exactly why everyone's been called back to that courtroom. Just by the looks on the faces, it doesn't seem like it's a verdict that you would have expected, a little more strident nature. But again, you never know. That's, of course, reading tea leaves. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they're being brought back for whatever housekeeping at the end of the day. I don't see this as though we have a verdict. But you never know. The opaqueness of some of the communication is very real. I expect, though, that this is more housekeeping. But I did call for a verdict today. I think the jury's going to be fast and efficient.
Ooh, now that's something. Weighing in fast and efficient, Jack. What do you think? I mean, this would be to have, what was it, 29 days of trial? Was that right? I think it was 31. I apologize. I've been looking at both trials. So 31, I think that we have, hang on, Jack. I think that Vinny Politan, who's been there live, Vinny, we never get to have you on during the day, but he may be able to join us here to bring us all of the latest. Of course, our Court TV lead anchor. Let's see if we have him with us.
I'm here. Do you hear me, Ashley?
Yes, thank you. Vinny Politan joining us now.
Do you hear me, Michael?
I do,
hear
my
me,
friend.
America?
I do.
Let me tell you what the scene is here. I'm just going to point the camera across the street here. You see all this huge, this is the big moment of the day. Anytime those SUVs pull up and the defense, Karen Reed and her family show up, the crowd swells. And they don't make noise, though. They're in the buffer zone, right? So they can't voice their opinions. They're not cheering. They use sign language to show their support. But there are hundreds of them here. And all day long, I started in the morning to the afternoon, the anticipation and intensity has built up out here. When I say intensity, I mean the anticipation of the verdict and what people expect. And a lot of people expect it today. Everyone has just gone into the courtroom. It's the end of the day. Sometimes verdicts just sneak up on you. And that's what I've been telling people here, is that we don't know. We don't know how they're deliberating. We don't know the process. We don't know where they are. in their deliberations. So anytime that the attorneys pull up here, we saw John O'Keefe's family go in as well, all the parties are in place. They're in place for any important moment of the day. And what that is, I'm sure we'll find out shortly. But the anticipation here in the streets is unlike anything I've seen. And the difference being why everyone is here. I've seen people through the years, Ashley and Michael, down in Florida for the woman accused of murdering her child. I've seen them out in California, whether it was Modesto or Redwood City, for a man accused of murdering his wife and baby. They all were looking for a conviction. It's the opposite here. They're all wearing pink. They are all unified in their beliefs that Karen Read, not only not guilty, is innocent. That is what you're hearing from the folks who've shown up here. And a lot of them are local, but make no mistake, there are people coming in from Nebraska. I've spoken to people from Pennsylvania, obviously closer by in New Hampshire, but they're all converging here, all with one belief that Karen Read is not guilty. And I think the big question is, what will the reaction be whenever the verdict comes down, whatever it is? Because what's happening right here, I don't know if we're ever going to see again.
Vinny, I got to ask you, if they do believe, as you said, she's innocent, the flip side of that is they have to believe that there was a cover-up. Clearly, that there is something corrupt in that police department. What is it about this community that you've been able to discern, if at all, allows for a belief like that amongst this many people in what I believe is a relatively small community?
Yeah, the skepticism level is huge, is high. And there have been things that have happened here. There have been other instances. I mean, there's this specific case. This movement was started by Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney. He's been here today. A lot of these folks have watched him through the years in their coverage of this, so they know every detail. Then you speak to people from Canton, people from the town where this happened. They don't trust their local elected officials. They don't trust some of their police. And that's how widespread the skepticism goes. Then you look at another case like Sandra Birchmore, and you look at a case like that where there was allegations that have turned into an actual federal indictment against police. And in all instances, people are just so skeptical, and they want to see the proof way beyond a reasonable doubt, and they're not going to take people at their word. And when I say people, I mean people representing the government, people representing the Commonwealth. They do not take them at their word. They want to see the proof, and they don't believe they've seen it, that Karen Read committed this crime.
Vinny, do you have any sense of what's happened to those against Karen Read, believing she did it, believing she should be convicted? The first time around, and you pointed this out earlier when you were speaking to some of the people there, the first time around, it was not all supporters at all. You had both sides. So this, to me, just looks very different.
There's no one here supporting John O'Keefe and his family and the prosecution. Now, a lot of the Karen Read supporters say they're looking for justice for John O'Keefe as well. They just don't believe justice is the conviction of Karen Read. They believe justice for John O'Keefe is the conviction of someone that was inside 34 Fairview Road that night. So when you have a different perspective of what the truth is, of what justice is, you can have a situation like this where people are not going after the victim in the case. They just believe there's two victims in this case because they believe Karen Read is a victim as well, a victim of a wrongful prosecution. Now, when the O'Keefe family walked in, they were the ones wearing blue. The folks supporting Karen Read overwhelmingly are wearing various shades of pink, probably about 70% of them. That's how they show their support. But you look around and you look for anyone, anywhere, who has a different viewpoint of this case, they're just not showing up at the courthouse. You know, they may very well be online. They may very well be out there. They may be watching. But they're not showing up here at the courthouse.
Vinny, no red tie today. I think you might have jinxed the verdict. I don't know if we have one or not. Any reason you went without the red tie on a verdict watch?
Oh, of course he does. Vinny Politan.
Don't wear the red tie for a verdict watch, Michael. Michael.
verdict watch is not a red tie affair. So purple, you can't wear blue. Blue is one side of this case. Pink is the other side. You split the baby, you got purple. That's fine. Red is for the verdict only. So once we get word that there's a verdict, then you'll see the red tie on this shirt. I always have it with me, Michael, during verdict watch.
I knew this. I knew this, and I'm sorry I didn't remember you only put it on for the actual verdict. It's like Tiger Woods, right? You only wear the red shirt on the final day.
But it makes sense because we could have them deliberating for days. We don't know yet. We were talking, Vinny, about the fact that last time they deliberated 5 days before that mistrial, and today's day 2. What do you think if you were to read the tea leaves about if there's no verdict today, if they come back tomorrow? Do you think the momentum is still going to be there building with all of these individuals outside of that courthouse?
Absolutely. I think the only thing that might change is the weather could scare a few away if we get some rain. There's some slight rain in the forecast, and that's a real issue. I mean, it's the most beautiful day ever in Dedham, Massachusetts, in the 60s with a breeze and a warm sun. School just let out. There are school children here with their parents, with their moms. What's interesting about the crowd is that you have some younger people. A lot of the younger people I bumped into are streaming about this case. They're on social media. They're on TikTok. Then you've got a lot of folks who are, I want to call it like regular middle age kind of, right? Somewhere between, 35 to 60 in that area, right? And those are the folks predominantly who are here. And you've got families as well, though. Some of them are moms of young children. The young children are here. School was out yesterday. So you've got a cross-section of people showing up in terms of ages, but I'd say overwhelmingly, they're just a little younger than I am, I think.
Vinny, look, we're getting word from the court, and I'll let you know, let our viewers know, that Judge Cannoni said that she will give this jury until 4:20 to deliberate, and then she will send them home, which is in about 10 minutes or so. That's Eastern time. It's currently about 4:10 Eastern time, so let them go to 4:20 before sending them home for the day. So wanted to let you know, wanted to let our viewers know. And I wanted to ask you this. You commented a couple of times on your show about the age of the jury, them being relatively young, specifically as opposed to the previous trial. What effect do you think that'll have in terms of how long this will take? Again, remember the other one took about 26 hours over 5 days. This doesn't have the same feel to me. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there's a couple things at play here, right? I think younger jurors generally are more skeptical. I think they're more skeptical of people in power. And in this case, obviously, it would be the Commonwealth, it would be the prosecution, it would be the government. So I think there's that in play. I think younger people, things move a little quicker. I think that's a brilliant observation by you, Michael. I'm looking at this week. There's no court on Thursday. We always talk about the Friday factor. Well, this week there may be a Wednesday factor where things might speed up a little bit on Wednesday if we get there, right? This could still happen today. But if we get to Wednesday, I am approaching Wednesday like I usually approach a Friday during a verdict watch, because they are off on Thursday. It is a holiday, and it's going to have that feel to it, a little more incentive for the jury if they're close to wrap it up in one way or another and send a note to the judge and let the judge know where they stand. We're not there yet, though. We got a long road to go to Wednesday afternoon. We still have to close out this day with either a verdict or sending everyone home. But as you said, we'll know within minutes what's happening today. Come back tomorrow, who knows? Who knows? We've had cases, and you'll both probably remember them, where a jury kind of agrees and they want to sleep on it. That's why first thing in the morning, I'm always aware of what's going on, because you could have a very quick turnaround in the morning. We slept on it, how do we feel? And then a morning verdict is delivered. I think we had that, I recall, in one of the Scott Peterson verdicts, where the jury reached the verdict, slept on it, and delivered it in the morning. But generally speaking, afternoon, I'm feeling like Wednesday, if we're not there tomorrow, I'm on super high alert on Wednesday.
All right. Well, we've got about 8 more minutes before the judge says they go home for the day, come back tomorrow if there's no verdict. Vinnie Politan, we're going to let you head out because of your excellent reporting. Thank you, of course, for being on with us on all hours.
Listen, I'll be here if something happens in the next 8 minutes. You come right back to me because you'll see what's happening with these folks here if we get word, because word will spread very quickly if, in fact, a verdict is reached.
And we will see you put on your red tie on air. So we will be coming right back to you if that's the case. Vinnie Politan, our lead anchor, thank you so much. We are going to take a break here. Of course, we'll get you back. That fan's inside the courtroom so you can see live what's happening. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence and all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
A social media star loses his wife and then loses control. I couldn't believe that she did it.
From content creator to cold-blooded killer, the TikTok star murder trial. Weekdays 2 to 8, streaming on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
Welcome back. We are in Dedham, Massachusetts this afternoon for Karen Reed's murder retrial. Here's a live look inside the courtroom where that jury has now been deliberating for 9 hours and 4 minutes. We keep that clock up so you can see how long they've been out.
Yeah, we found out just a little while ago that the judge said she will send them home at 4:20. They haven't reached a verdict. That's about 3 minutes from now. Let's bring back in Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan. Vinny, you're our best resource for this stuff, and I got to ask you about, there's this issue with 28 minutes, and it basically is when Karen Reed leaves John O'Keefe's house, headed on over to Jen McCabe's. It's a short ride, but somehow there's a missing 28 minutes in there. A lot of speculation. I thought the prosecutors would make more of it. It was kind of this almost throwaway line in their closing, but I thought there was more to be made of it. I want to get your thoughts on it. What do you think that's about? Is this something? Am I reading too much into it? Love to know your thoughts on that 28, or that, I'm going to call it missing 28 minutes.
Yeah, the missing 28 minutes. Different people have a different perspective of it. I had a guest on my show who broke it down and said it was actually a lot less than 28 minutes. But in the first trial, Adam Lally made it a big part of the case. A big part of his case was that Karen Reed allegedly drove by 34 Fairview before going to Jennifer McCabe's. Because Jennifer McCabe is, 5 or 6 minutes away from John O'Keefe's home, very close. Canton's not a huge town. So where would she be for all that time? I think the perspective, and the defense didn't address it, obviously. It was something that's kind of thrown out there by Brennan at the end. And you're right, it was under the radar. But sometimes, it's one of those pieces of spaghetti that could stick with one juror, and all of a sudden it becomes a big deal. And the way Hank Brennan played his hand on that was to not make it a big deal until the defense could not respond to it. And I thought that was an interesting approach to all of it. It was much bigger in the first trial. I think you correctly described it as a throwaway line, but you never know what's gonna stick to a juror and what they're gonna wonder about, because I think human nature wants us all to look at trying to figure something out, but also trying to look for something that, like, hey, what about this? This, and I think that's one of those issues that could potentially be a problem for Karen Reed, and could be something that someone who wants to convict Karen Reed could look at and say, 28 minutes is a long time. Something else is going on here. I don't like it. It doesn't smell right. So we'll see what the jury does with it, but you are 1,000% correct. The way it was handled in the second trial, much different, much more under the radar. And I don't know, the jury's not allowed to take notes. Are they going to remember that?
And that was my point, the way it went under the radar. I'm not sure they will remember it. There are people with the theory that she did go by the house, which is one of the reasons why when she returned with Jen,
she knew where the body was.
She knew where the body was. That was the testimony.
That's what some people are saying. And of course, all three of us know you never know what a jury's going to do, what's going to stand out to them. I love your analogy of throwing spaghetti at a wall, because you just don't know what's going to stick. But Vinny, I must ask you, you were referring to biggest trials in the nation that you've covered. You've been there. I'd love to hear your impressions of this particular defendant, Karen Reed, because we know she has spoken to media. She's spoken to Matt Johnson leaving that courthouse a number of times. She has said that she feels good, that she feels strong. We know the attorneys have a gag order, but she has shared some information on different days about what they're going to do, or who's going to be called, or how the testimony went. What's your impression of this particular criminal defendant?
Very different, and she's been put in a much different circumstance. Most defendants don't have all of this. They just don't. A criminal defendant accused of murdering a Boston police officer, and not just a Boston police officer, a man who was raising his orphaned niece and nephew, is murdered, and all these people are showing up to support the person accused of doing it. That puts her in a much different position. I think living this the way she has over the course of years, it's somewhat empowering to know that all these people believe in you. And I think it's given her an extra boost of confidence in the way she presents herself and in what she says and was. But at the end of the day, I always, every trial, the lawyers know stuff, prosecutors, proof.
There's some movement in the courtroom. Is that what's happening, guys?
Yes, so we have actually a shot of the courtroom. Let's get inside.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. It's a beautiful day. Get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, call me.
And there we have it at about 4:22:23. The judge saying, go home. Standard instructions, normal instructions. Don't read anything. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anyone. Don't talk to anyone. Leave it behind. Go home. Enjoy the weather that Vinnie Politan described as beautiful out there. We've been watching that. And come back tomorrow morning. So we'll be going into day 3 in the morning.
Yeah, strong day of work. They put in a full 8-hour day. Probably a little bit more than that.
Have a great night. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more jury deliberation. Have a good